long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
Well, hello everybody. Oh, it's too quiet. I just feel like there's like an empty room when I don't have music. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I need to feel like there's a party up in here. Don't you? Anyways, I'm Sara the Raging Tomato here bringing to you live yet another Moderator Monday debate. Oh, I forgot I changed my name. I will be referred to this evening as Sara the Simp Wrangler. Thank you very much. Did I change that or did somebody else change it? I forget. Anyways, I hope you're all excited for tonight. I know I am. I think it's a very interesting topic, and to get into like the nitty gritties of it behind AI. Should AI be considered a person with legal rights? I mean, there's a lot of different avenues we can go down. We could go down defining the right. Is it the same as a human right? Is there some special robot rights? Can robots or AI own property, intellectual property, real property? It gets all over the place. And I'm really interested to see the direction that this panel goes and what they decide to do. If any of our panelists are watching out there, those who are on the original 4, you are welcome to head backstage at any given point, and you're welcome to also connect your stream as well. Tonight we have we've got Trippy Cast, we have Avoided Hornet, we have Andy, who made his first appearance here last week, and then we also, hold on, my brain hurts. Who's that 4th one? I know it. I'm so sorry. Don't hate me right now. My brain is fried. Chris Lestrange. My apologies, Chris. I promise you are very important to me. If I told you the day I had, if I told you the day I had, you would just want to rock me to sleep and tell me everything's going to be okay. All right. It's been a long day. Murphy's Law has been holding me down all day. if it could happen, it would, and it was possible. I didn't get to get a nap in like I normally do on Mondays. I'm incredibly cranky. Things didn't work out the way it's supposed to work out with logistics. I made 3 different trips back and forth to 3 different places today, and I'm just not a happy camper. So probably best if you're going to join the hot seat or the open panel later. I'm not worried about my 4 panelists who are coming on. They're all very respectful gentlemen, and I have no issue with them. But the open panel dumpster fire, my patience will be incredibly thin, and it will be 2.5 hours from now, and I will already be tired as shit. So choose your battles wisely this evening. Choose them very wisely. Tonight is not the night to be be disrespectful on my panel, in my chat, or any of the such, because I'm just not having it. Anyway, so yes, Trippy Cast, Chris Lestrange, Andy, and Avoided Hornet. And again, they are all welcome to head backstage as early as they want and hang out. They're welcome to connect their live streams at any given point whenever they feel like it. So whenever you're ready, that's up to you. But just be sure you're back there within the next 40 minutes. Right, 40 minutes. Anyways, all right, roll call. And look, this ding dong. Sara thinks we care. Some people do. I broke my teapot today. You should care. It was my favorite teapot. I got it for Mother's Day, like many moons ago. And it was my favorite teapot. And I went to pour, because I like my water to be like warm, not hot, but I like it to be warm. So I use my teapot, I heat up the water, and I pour it in my thing. And the handle broke off it. Water went everywhere. I was incredibly upset. So yes, let's just add that on to the list of shit that pisses me off today. You don't want to be in my way right now. But hello, Panelverse presents. What's up, Midlife Bro Logic? Nice to see you around as well. Lawyer Chick is a new YouTuber up and on the rise. Feel free, if the mods want to drop her link in the chat later, at some point, that'd be fine. But feel free to go check her out. I popped in for a minute to say hello one day. I couldn't stay, but she was recommended to me. And I wonder if she wants to hot seat tonight when we open that up, to give maybe a legal perspective. I'd be interested. Uncle Guns coming in with the pin with the win. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Anybody know that movie? Anybody? Is that iRobot guy? The Will Smith? Robots to make a sandwich with extra tomatoes. Don't forget the tomatoes. What's up, P. Fletch? Shilling complete. What's that? Austin Powers, when they revived him and he comes back and they're like, what was it? What was he saying? Something complete. Where he was peeing. Oh, I forget what it was, but it's something complete. Something complete. Make sure to hit the like button when you come in, share the stream link around, and possibly throw in a donation towards the Bratty Tomato Fund. Yes, don't forget why we're here, folks. It all goes towards something. Memberships are golden as well. Also, if you are a member, not only do I hand out hot seat fast passes, but if you are a member and you join our Discord, it will automatically link you to members only in the Discord. There's a members only tab where I drop the link early on. So to any of you who are members, you already have that access button to get the hot seat or open panel later, whichever you prefer. And that will continue on. That will continue on all of the other shows. I will just start dropping the link into the members only on the Discord, and you now have access to it. If you're looking for the Discord, the Nightbot will so kindly drop that in here shortly at some point somewhere, and you're welcome to hit that button. Hi, James. Hello. And y'all keep shitting on my intro. I don't care. I love my intro. I made my intro by myself like a big girl, and I freaking love it. Nobody's going to tell me, you need to shorten your intro. Your intro's dumb. Your intro, I don't care. I like it. Suck a toe, okay? Hello, Charles. Howdy to you. Love the tomatoes. Welcome back, my friend. Cleo, welcome back as well. I guess the Senate in Mexico is about to pass some things over to the family from Martin. I don't know what that means, but I don't keep up with that stuff. Benjamin Balderson. I like saying your name. Hail all. Hello to you. Arca V2, how are you? BSBT in the house. Are humans learning AI or is AI learning humans? Interesting. Big Jake's Ranch says, in my opinion, AI is synthetic. These are too big of words. Amalgamation. It should be treated humanly, but it is not human. Just as cattle on a farm should be treated humanly, but they are not human. They are product. What's up? Avoided Hornet in the house. You'll be seeing him here on screen shortly. And I'm excited to see. A lot of people are boosting him up in so many ways. I'm super excited. Rude Mud Crab coming in. Your brain hurts already. Wait until you hear 3/4 of this panel talk. I know. It's just like, but I feel like it'll be kind of an easier night, so I'm not too worried. I think it'll be a nice panel. Hello, Rusty Rivers. How are you? Hello, Lindsay Smith, the lady with all the great questions. I really enjoyed the questions you had for Saturday Night Sip and Stream. Looking forward to some more. Yes, bring that book next round. Smoky Guru, AI should replace women and women can do AI jobs. Okay, fair. Lauren, hello to you, my love. Hello to you. Let's see, did I miss any? Oh, yes, evacuation, come. And then he stops being, and then he starts back up again. Evacuation, come. Evacuation, come, please. Evacuation, come. Eva. I'm glad somebody knew what I was talking about. So excited. Thank you, Lauren. Tom McTeague, robot rights, like a right to unionize. Yeah, that's another thought process too. Like, can they unionize since they're smart enough to network and probably schedule their meetings much better than we do, and they all show up and they don't have sick days? It's fair. It's fair. Let's see. Yep. Lawyer Chick is in the house. Everybody say hello. And again, if one of my mods wants to go drop her link, that would be ever so nice. Everybody say hello to Lawyer Chick. She's new here. Up and coming. Building her show. Elise. Sure, I'll do that. Thank you, Elise. Nicholas Woodall. Hello to you too, my friend. All right. Roll call's done. Let's see, how long is this? One's only 6 minutes. I think we can make it. I can make it last. Can I make 6 minutes turn into half an hour? I've never debated over voice, but I think I'm legit. Well, we will have the hot seat later. You know. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Uncle Guns. Excellent modding skills there. Thank you so much. You are a woman. That one's for you, Panelverse. This one right here. This is for you. You're already like overloading the chat with like 20 messages every 10 seconds. Go ahead, spurg out in the chat. Spurg it. You will. You will. You will. Chaos Queen, hello to you, love. How are you, my dear? All right. Are we ready to take a peek at what we've got going on? Are we? Let me see. All right. Let me go into full screen. Hopefully the music on this doesn't have any, let's see. Yeah, I already got that set up. Okay. My robot wife wants to divorce me now. Oh, That's funny. I like it. I like it. Yeah, that's a good question. What if hi Dawson. Um, what if robots could get married? What if are we gonna start like a new crossbreeding between robots and is this gonna be like Blade Runner? Hmm? 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 Might be too old for some of you. All right, let me pop the music down a little bit so you can hear. All right, enjoy.
Imagine a few.
Oh, mother.
Introducing Tasties.
It figures. Of course it's going to do that. Of course it's going to do that. I need to, somebody just tell me to go buy the premium so I can stop getting the commercials. I had this all queued up and everything. You would think that it would play the ads when you queue it up or something like that. That would be great. All right, back to you.
Imagine a future where your toaster anticipates what kind of toast you want. During the day, it scans the internet for new and exciting types of toast. Maybe it asks you about your day and wants to chat about new achievements in toast technology.
But if my toaster started wanting to talk to me about, I don't know, toaster technology, would you think that's kind of weird? I don't know. Like, I even feel uncomfortable talking to my Alexa or Siri or, things like that. Like, it's just, does anybody else call their Alexa or Siri or Google, whatever? Does anybody else call it stupid and tell it to shut up? Because sometimes, it's like, oh, like you're dumb. You're just straight dumb. But yeah, just imagine now your toaster having conversations with you about toaster technology.
What level would it become a person? At which point will you ask yourself if your toaster has feelings? If it did, would unplugging it be murder? And would you still own it? Will we someday be forced to give our machines rights? AI is already all around you. It makes sure discounters are stocked with enough snacks, it serves you up just the right internet ad, and you may have even read a news story written entirely by a machine. Right now, we look at chatbots like Siri and laugh at their primitive simulated emotions, but it's likely that we will have to deal with beings that make it hard to draw the line between real and simulated humanity. Are there any machines in existence that deserve rights? Most likely, not yet. But if they come, we are not prepared for it.
What technology, if you could pick one thing, like one type of technology that you're like, you know what, this thing has just done wonders for me, you deserve rights, what would it be? Like, what item in what electronic tech, like AI tech, whatever, computer oriented, it requires a microchip or maybe just it's technology of some sort, whether it be your toaster, your microwave, your fridge, your laptop, your camera. What technology would you want, if you could, to give rights and be like, you earned it, buddy. You're a hard worker. You earned it.
Most of the philosophy of rights is ill-equipped to deal with the case of artificial intelligence. Most claims for rights, whether human or animal, are centered around the question of consciousness. Unfortunately, nobody knows what consciousness is. Some think that it's immaterial, others say it's a state of matter, like gas or liquid. Regardless of
That would be something I'd absolutely love to see the panelists get into tonight is like consciousness. I think consciousness would be, kind of a piece of that. Because if you have rights, you have to be capable of being accountable to those rights. Can you be accountable to those rights if you're not conscious, like in conscious thought? Yeah, brave little toaster. Yes, and the vacuum and the lamp. Oh my God. Yes, Michael. Oh, I love that throwback. Thank you. What's up, Primal? Primal in the house. Primal in the house. Hold on, I thought I heard something. Oh, She's probably just on the phone talking to her friends. She laughs really loud like I do, and sometimes it sounds like she's crying because she goes, and usually she's just talking on the phone with her friends. So that's probably what it is that I just heard.
The precise definition, we have an intuitive knowledge of consciousness because we experience it. We're aware of ourselves and our surroundings and know what unconsciousness feels like. Some neuroscientists believe that any sufficiently advanced system can generate consciousness. So if your toaster's hardware was powerful enough, it may become self-aware. If it does, would it deserve rights? Well, not so fast. Would what we define as rights make sense to it? Consciousness entitles beings to have rights because it gives a being the ability to suffer. It means the ability to not only feel pain, but to be aware of it. Robots don't suffer, and they probably won't unless we program them to. Without pain or pleasure, there's no preference, and rights are meaningless. Our human rights are deeply tied to our own programming. For example, we dislike pain because our brains evolved to keep us alive, to stop us from touching a hot fire, or to make us run away from predators.
So I like this thought process, right? And that kind of speaks to the accountability portion. Like, in order to have consciousness, are we able to be accountable to it? So if our robots had consciousness, like, well, let's say it this way. If our robots had rights, are they conscious enough to be accountable for those rights? And by that, the question is do they pay consequences? Do they own what they do? Like, if we dismantle them, like, would they be deterred from doing bad because it's like, well, the threat of you being decommissioned, you know? Anybody else watch that movie AI with the that little boy that plays in was it Sixth Sense, I think it is? Like, decommissioned, you're gonna get decommissioned, you know? So is there a fear factor in there? Because if there's not, then we also have to recognize if there's nothing to be afraid of, like, oh, okay, you unplug me, it won't hurt. I can still get what I wanted out of doing something. So we have to recognize that if there's no pain, if like or a consequence for the actions, then why do we, like, why would you have rights if you can't be accountable to them, if you have no consequences, if you don't have to own up to managing them properly, and so on and so forth. Yeah, consciousness is so difficult to ascertain from the outside. But I think that's kind of the key factor to what makes us human, right? I mean, animals are pretty smart, but I don't know if they're that smart. I think it's what dolphins are probably the smartest or something to that degree. And they actually like have fun and they know what fun is and stuff like that. I think killer whales, like the black and white one, whatever it's called. I think they are assholes, right? If you've ever watched I watch a lot of these videos and read a lot of books with my son on these killer whales. He's got a hankering for them. They're some smart little jerks, man. Yeah, octopus. Octopus are incredibly smart too. So, in that instance, like, would they have humanly rights? So, I mean, is it just the consciousness that comes to the concept that is that the consciousness that creates is the mandates, the requirements, the check boxes to have rights? Because even though we have animal rights, they're not really like protected on their own. Hold on for just one second. Okay, she's good. She's good. It really was just her she was laughing hysterically, and I'm like, you sound like you're dying up there. What's going on? This is the only problem with streaming this early is children are still awake. It's called an orca. It's called an orca, Sarah. Yes, orca whale. Sorry. I told you, my brain is fried. It's done. I did way too much thinking today, and I don't like it. All right. And I didn't get my nap. I didn't get my afternoon nap. I usually take like a little 30-minute, snoozer to just kind of pick up the pace. And I didn't get that little nappy nap in, and now I'm angry. All right. I'm really, really freaking angry. I did make a sandwich though, so that calmed me down a little bit. So I'm not hangry. I'm just angry. All right. Anyways. All right. But yeah, so I think you kind of have to come to the concept of what requirements do you have to have as an individual in order to have rights, whether it be an animal, a robot, a person, a this or that. And, I think that would be like a nice stepping stone for the panel to kind of create that checkbox and see where that goes and why. I'd love to see that conversation happen. I mean, just thinking about animals, right? Like animals are protected, but it's because we are protecting them on their own behalf. Hi, Dave. We are definitely protecting them on their own behalf, and they don't even have an idea that they're protected. They just know that there's grass, I'm going to go eat it. There's food, I'm going to enjoy it. There's water, I'm going to drink it. Oh, there's my mate, I'm going to go pork it, So but they don't know that we put them in, areas, or we have laws or whatever the case may be that prevents them from getting harmed. Some animals are friends. Some are food. This is the way. Rival. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let's see what else they got.
So we came up with rights that protect us from infringements that cause us pain. Even more abstract rights, like freedom, are rooted in the way our brains are wired to detect what is fair and unfair. Would a toaster that is unable to move mind being locked in a cage? Would it mind being dismantled if it had no fear of death? Would it mind being insulted if it had no need for self-esteem? But what if we programmed a robot to feel pain and emotions? To prefer justice over injustice, pleasure over pain, and be aware of it? Would that make them sufficiently human?
But do we want to do that? Like, do we want robots to have feelings, or AI programs to have feelings? Certainly we may want to, we may want them to understand the language, to grasp the concept of feelings, but I don't know if we want them to feel feelings, right? Like, that's almost like a weapon. If your toaster gets sad and that morning you go to put the bread in and it starts crying, well, the damn thing just killed itself because it started shedding tears on its freaking wires, and now we're all zapped. I mean, nobody's winning here. But even at that, like, if your toaster, you wake up that morning, you go to put bread in, and your toaster's like, look, Sarah, I can't do it today. I just can't toast. I'm feeling down. The vacuum cleaner called me a meathead and made fun of me and said I was fried, and I just can't do it right now. Can I have a hug? And it's like what the fuck would we have technology for? Or what if your laptop decides it doesn't feel like operating that day because it wants to watch cat videos instead of, pulling up your Word document like you asked? And it's like, no, hold on, I'm busy watching cat videos. The smart house. Yeah, you know it. I love it. Lauren and I must have watched literally all of the same shit. Yeah, I'm solid on it. You got me on all the references today. It's perfect. But anyways, yeah. So it, like, I don't know if it, like, you would require the robots to have some type of concept of feeling in order to give that accountability, to the rights, because you have to feel the consequence. You have to understand what those consequences are. And there's not a consequence if somebody's just going to unplug you, like, oh, go ahead. I'll tap into the Wi-Fi. Screw you. But if they knew it was a threat, if they knew it would hurt to some degree, but then, like, are we kind of opening up Pandora's box for our technology to have feelings? Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings, technology. Toast my bread. Stop crying and toast my bread.
Many technologists believe that an explosion in technology will occur when artificial intelligence can learn and create their own artificial intelligences even smarter than themselves.
And that's some scary shit. That is some scary shit. I don't know about anybody else, but the simple idea that technology like AI can generate smarter AI is really creepy. How much of that is like, at what point does it stop? Are we living in AI right now? Did we already create this world and we're just actually living in it thinking that we're creating AI? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. But the fact that AI is smart enough to make smarter of itself, well, I mean, I guess that's kind of like reproducing, right? I mean, I like to think that my kids are smarter than me, or at least they will be. I mean, you got to get better each generation, right? Some people don't. Some people get worse.
At this point, the question of how robots are programmed will be largely out of our control. What if an artificial intelligence found it necessary to program the ability to feel pain, just as evolutionary biology found it necessary in most living creatures? Do robots deserve those rights? But maybe we should be less worried about the risk that super-intelligent robots pose to us and more worried about the danger we pose to them. Our whole human identity is based on the idea of human exceptionalism, that we are special, unique snowflakes entitled to dominate the natural world.
We're all snowflakes. Could you imagine what AI probably would think about us when it has the concept to think about what we are? Like, y'all are a bunch of idiot goons. You know, like, oh, you little snowflakes trying to take over the world. Go ahead. Go on with your bad self. Go ahead. Keep trying. Keep trying. Ah, I say thank you, Siri. Turn left. I'm just going to read all of the chats in Siri voice today. So will AI girlfriends feel sad and get restraining orders on their basement-dwelling boyfriends? What's up, Crack-a-lackin'? Hello, Justin. AI smarter? It can only be as smart as those who wrote the programming. Are humans smart enough to define smart to teach AI that? I don't know. That's a good question. How do you teach to teach? Well, I get, okay, maybe, because typically the student becomes wiser than the teacher inevitably, right? Because you teach them. There's a right way and a wrong way of teaching. Certainly, we are taught our fundamentals when we're very young. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Right? Those are memory-based teachings. How to say words, read words, write mathematical equation, understanding the memory of what mathematical equations do. But the most important piece about teaching is critical thinking. You have to teach them how to learn. That's important. Like, if you're teaching them how to learn instead of just teaching them, then the world is your oyster. You know, like, you can literally learn everything if you learn how to learn. And I say that to critical thinking or any like research based to come to a conclusion, yada, yada, yada. I think that defines smart. No, opposite of me. But teaching to learn now makes somebody all the wiser, right? So teaching AI how to learn would inevitably open that door, because it's like you're teaching it how to people or AI, I guess, but you're teaching it how to like go find the answer, and don't just find the first answer. You're going to take all of the stuff that you find and come up with a conclusion from that, come up with an opinion. So AI is kind of pumping out an opinion based on the internet, right? But it's only, I think right now, it would only be based on like what the popularity is. or what the, most understood answer would be, but I think that AI will inevitably be taught how to learn better. And once like, you can't take it back. It's Pandora's box. It's going to keep on going and going and going, because once you learn how to learn, you can do anything. So it's kind of a scary thought, sometimes. Yes. No. I don't know. Or maybe AI is too intelligent to understand rights. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a piece of it. Like, does AI still need rights to thrive? That's another good direction we could go with this that I would be interested in. No, you need it to be curious, not to learn. Learn implies being taught. It needs to explore its own questions. Well, curiosity, though, comes from kind of opening your eyes, right? For instance, to me, a good teacher would teach you a bunch of different pieces of information that have to do with an event, and then you get to sum up your own conclusion based on that. But you have to be prompted with, like, sometimes pushed in the. Now, not to say that not like there aren't curious little kittens out there already. I think that some people are just more explorative. But I think if you prompt critical thinking, asking, why do you think XYZ? What could this person have done better to fix what, I don't know, whatever. What would you have done in this situation? How could you, asking a kind of bigger questions for an opinion based. And I think that prompts that critical thinking. It's not just like, how do you spell fox? That's all memory based, right? You can sound it out. That's another critical thinking portion, like learning how to sound things out. But everything still fundamentally comes down to like a memory based learning. Whereas as you get a little bit older and your fundamentals are developed, then you start pushing the opinions, the why, the how, and I think that helps. I think critical thinking is not common. Anybody ever notice that? Like, it's just not common. People just cut paste. And to me, it's just, I don't want to be like anybody else. I don't want to think like anybody else. I don't want to just give an answer like anybody else. I want to sit in it for a while. I want my answer to be different, but I want it to represent all of my experiences. Critical thinking, people. It's very important.
Humans have a history of denying that other beings are capable of suffering as they do. In the midst of the scientific revolution, René Descartes argued that animals were mere automata, robots, if you will. As such, injuring a rabbit was about as morally repugnant as punching a stuffed animal. And many of the greatest crimes against humanity were justified by their perpetrators on the grounds that the victims were more animal than civilized human. Even more problematic is that we have an economic interest in denying robot rights. If we can coerce a sentient AI, possibly through programmed torture, into doing as we please, the economic potential is unlimited. We've done it before, after all. Violence has been used to force our fellow humans into working, and we've never had trouble coming up with ideological justifications. Slave owners argued that slavery benefited the slaves. It put a roof over their head and taught them Christianity. Men who were against women voting argued that it was in women's own interest to leave the hard decisions to men. Farmers argued that looking after animals and feeding them justifies their early death for our dietary preferences. If robots become sentient, there will be no shortage of argument.
So I guess between animals and robots, we can still agree that they have a purpose that serves humans, right? Like their purpose is, like for robots, their purpose is for us to advance our technology and utilize it to advancing society, making things easier, solving, curing cancer, all of the sorts of different medical stuff, making our communication easier, bringing the world to your fingertips, yada, yada, yada. And animals serve as food, resourceful, or they're protecting the stock that we do eat. We like chickens lay eggs. There's a lot of great protein coming from that. Goats are for our pure entertainment purposes only, and they'll mow your lawn at the same time. But we are kind of charged with utilizing the animals to like as a resource for us. So then I guess you could maybe compare that between the animals and the robots. Like you are here to serve as some type of resource for human advancement or for human nourishment or for just humans being humans. Like we love our puppies, right? And cats, and there you're serving as a companion. So would you have rights if you are in a position of being a resource for humans and not necessarily equal to, right? And I think there's some ways I don't want to talk about necessarily because it's not too important enough to apply, but he did mention it here. But anyways, I'll refrain. I don't want to hit any TOS buttons or anything.
For those who say that they should remain without rights, especially from those who stand to profit from it. Artificial intelligence raises serious questions about philosophical boundaries. While we may ask if sentient robots are conscious or deserving of rights, it forces us to pose basic questions like, what makes us human? What makes us deserving of rights? Regardless of what we think, the question might need to be resolved in the near future. What are we going to do if robots start demanding their own rights?
What are we going to do? Yeah, I think this is all great. I think these are all great questions, and I think the panel there's no lack of different directions we can go. I absolutely think that's true, and I think this would be really fun to see all of the different pathways we get into between the concept of rights, what creates what are the requirements to have rights, the resources for humans that don't necessarily make you equal to being a human. Therefore, you shouldn't have the same equality in terms of, whatever. Just a heads up, we're going to make a $200 goal this evening. We had one going the other day and it did very well. So $200 goal. And I'd like to see 5 more memberships be handed out. And don't forget, if you are a member at any level, you have a membership tab over on the Discord that's just for you. That's where I drop all of the StreamYard links, and we'll be continuing to do so going forward. So you have early access to every panel here, unless I absolutely can't have everybody on the panel. But yeah, you get the link dropped before anybody else. If you have a hot seat or want a hot seat fast pass for this evening, please feel free to message me, Discord, Insta, Twitter, whatever. Find me there. I happily hand them out. You don't have to be anything special. If you are going to come on hot seat tonight, I do ask that you at least cam up for me backstage, unless you've already been here before and I know you. But at least cam up for me backstage. You don't have to stay on cam when you go up, but I prefer not to have to stop the whole damn show. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Hornet. Do your thing. Hornet's going to have a slight delay here in just a minute. He'll be back up and running. But yeah, I would prefer it. If I have to stop the show, I might just make you wait until everybody else who has cammed up go first, so just know, if I have a full line and you're not willing to cam up for me backstage real quick, I respect privacy, but I will make you wait. Because it does, like, getting somebody to do voice confirm and putting the overlay and all that. It's just annoying. It ruins the show, and I hate it. Thank you, Lawyer Chick, stepping in with the $5. Outstanding topic and chat. Yes. And Lawyer Chick, if you want to pop in the hot seat later, we'd love to have you. If you have any legal thoughts on it, that would be very interesting. And that's $5 towards our $200 dono goal. And I definitely want to see memberships be dropping in the chat. So please feel free to do that. While Avoided Hornet is adjusting his gear rate now, I'm going to go ahead and bring up the panel and we're going to have some fun. Anybody else want to have some fun? I do. Let the panel begin. Oh, if I could find my shit.
Release the Kraken!
All right, we're just waiting for Avoided Hornet to fill in that little gap up there. But hello, gentlemen, and how are you doing this evening?
Doing well. How are you?
Hi, Sara.
Hello.
Hi, Chris. Hi, Trippy. Hi, Andy. And then we're just going to give Avoided Hornet just a minute or two. Well, we can go ahead and start with a quick, brief opening thought process on the matter, a little opening statement per se, on should AI be considered a person with legal rights? Chris, if you don't mind starting us off, I love his fucking mustache.
Well, good evening. So, I will be here tonight as the devil's advocate lawyer for my Skynet client. And I'd like to hear what the other panelists have to say and then see if I can poke holes in their arguments.
Perfect. Is your mic, is it crackling for anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds a little crackly. I don't know if there's any adjustments on your end that you can do or want to do, but it just sounds a little crackly or something. And I just want to make sure you're clear so when you're yelling at somebody, you don't end up crackling. Perfect. And yes, Chris is battling for the other side tonight. He was doing me a favor by offering that ability to fight the fight that he wasn't, there you are, Hornet, that he wasn't originally planning on doing. So thank you. I appreciate you. And Hornet, can you just give me a mic sound? Are you there?
Hello, hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
We hear you. We hear you. Can you hear us? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. Sorry, let me fix this.
Okay, take your time. In the meantime, Trippy Cast, do you want to go ahead and give your quick opening statement?
Man. Yeah, I don't think AI should be people. That's pretty much it. I don't think AI should be people. We got to watch out for Skynets.
Fair enough.
They made
Fair.
Arnold Schwarzenegger blue and green and Bronzenberger into a bad guy.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy, to you.
Yeah, so I'm taking a bit of a more of a philosophical approach, I guess.
Mhm.
So I'm defining personhood as encompassing some specific capacities that are going to go beyond just the functional mechanical abilities of AI. So just to be brief on that, I guess there are three things that I want that to involve, basically, that go beyond both information processing and just intelligence. So semiotic awareness, expressive constitutive language, and self-reflection and consciousness. Those are the kind of the big three.
Those are really good. I like them. Avoided Hornet, are you with us? Hornet.
Hello. I think I got it.
All right, perfect. And gentlemen, if you
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you. And gentlemen, if you do want to connect your restreams, you're more than welcome to do so. Please feel free to get the support and views on your end from your people. We love to extend and expose for you that way. And Hornet, your opening statement, please. I think he does have a delay.
Yes, I think fundamentally if we develop something that has superior intellect and can some sort of moral code, it's kind of on us to give it some level of rights. Not necessarily human rights, but some level of it.
All right, fair enough. Gentlemen, I can leave the floor open to you, or I can give you a prompt. It's your choice if somebody wants to go ahead and jump in.
I mean, I can jump in, I suppose.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess I'm thinking about these 3 requirements. So I have this sort of idea that if we want to have this personhood that we're talking about, we need, I guess I'll just give one. We need this idea of semiotic awareness, which is the ability to understand and use symbols just beyond mere function. There's an awareness of meaning there as well. So maybe we can start with that. I don't know what you guys think about that.
All right. Yeah. So,
can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Or
yeah, there's have you guys heard of Searle's Chinese room, like the thought experiment? If you, I'm just,
No.
I can say it
No.
if you haven't heard of it. I don't want to waste time.
Yeah, please.
So Searle's Chinese room is basically John Searle, a philosopher. He posits this room where you're put in this big room, right? And people don't know you're in there, but it looks like a machine from the outside. And somebody sends in some inputs, which are these Chinese characters. And you, on the inside, and let's say you can do this fairly quickly, you have all these dictionaries with phrases, and what you're doing is matching the input pattern with the, maybe it's a question that's put in. And then you look up the question in your large list of books there, or large volumes of books, and then you just copy the answer without knowing the meaning of the characters, right? So the output is just those Chinese symbols, but that doesn't mean that you know Chinese, right? There's a meaning behind there that language requires us to grasp. So I'm making that, grasping that meaning a part of what it means to be a person, or at least the capability to grasp that.
Why is understanding the meaning of something essential? You can use a computer without understanding how a computer works, its integral function, how it's programmed, how it's built, but you can perfectly use it without needing to understand.
Yeah, so I'm going beyond use and function here, right? So I think use and function, that's what I think AI is. It's a tool, not a person. So I would say you can use a computer without understanding it, but that doesn't mean you're not human. However, a computer only has inputs and outputs. It doesn't grasp or understand. That's sort of the distinction I'm making. So not the idea that you can use things, in order to use things, you have to understand them. That's a separate idea.
Yeah, but you said something very interesting there. A computer has inputs and outputs, but AI doesn't seem to function in that way exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be an exact model of Searle's Chinese room, but it gets to the idea of the semiotic awareness, right? That there is some sort of ability to understand beyond just grasping whatever is being presented to it. And animals are the same way, right? Sense perception. This is why you don't have sort of reflective thought or self-reflection at the animal level. I don't think AI has it either, because I think there has to be meaning behind that. You have to grasp something a little bit deeper.
Why is that necessity?
Because I think that's unique to humans. I want to relegate the term person to human.
Yeah, but a child would be a human, and it has basically less functional equivalency or understanding of things than what an AI would. But it's still a person. Again,
that's why I said capacity to do that, right? So humans are the type of thing that if nothing hampers its development, right? So you can have somebody with a less of a mental capacity, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the potential to have developed that. Maybe they got in an accident or something happened in the womb where their development didn't exactly come out to the full potential of a human. But it seems clear to me that humans can go beyond syntax, and they can get to a deeper, what we would call a semiotic understanding, the meaning behind the word or the phrase or whatever you want to put there.
Yeah, I just don't see the distinction why that is even necessary, as, like I said, a child wouldn't have that. I don't know why that would be a necessity for a person. As you said, it could be the potentiality of it. But then I would just say that AI could potentially gain that within time.
That's been
doesn't
proven
require it right now.
That's been proven that it's impossible through Gödel's incompleteness theorems. So we've shown that any system, any formal system of understanding is incomplete because it's a formal system. And I'm arguing that humans are more than formal systems, right? We have something beyond the formal structure of our thought. That's what my argument is. It's the same distinction between, think of like deductive logic. You have the formal structure of the argument, but then you have the content that also goes into that logic, and the content gives it meaning. And it's the meaning that I'm concerned about, not the formal structure of it, right? So a computer can do logic better than a human, and it can do a lot more logical problems quicker than a human. But I don't think that means anything for personhood. That's my first point, at least.
I just don't see that as being necessary for personhood.
Let me ask you this: why isn't it necessary for personhood to be able to make meaning of things that you grasp?
To make meaning of things. Well, I can tell you right now, if I threw a couple of people in the forest with zero resources, they would very quickly turn into something we would say would be akin to an animal, and all deeper meaning and poetry and thought would jump out the window. We would revert back to our common instincts, and the survival would be the key, and the functions of what is the primary things necessary to stay alive or to do whatever is important as a function. So in that sense, you would still be a person.
Yeah, and I would say that acting that way doesn't mean you don't have the capacity to act beyond that, right? So my argument is humans can act beyond that necessity or that formal structure. We'll call it instinct or base desire for humans, right? We can act beyond that. That's what rationality is, and that's this grasping of the underlying meaning of sentences, words, of language in general.
Well, yabba dabba do.
Is anybody else going to jump in, or is Andy, are you and me just going to go at it?
We can make this a speed date if you want. Trippy, Hornet, what you got?
I wasn't listening. That's my own fault. I'm just messing. I think I'm starting to get with Andy though. I think I'm starting to understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I guess I could
Hornet?
go to a different one too if no one has thoughts on that. That's just my first sort of one, but I think that maybe the third one on self-reflection and consciousness, a lot more people are interested in. But
yeah, I just reject that first one. Yeah, I don't think you can ultimately.
I'm just trying to solve this technical issue real quick. Sorry about that.
Time, Hornet. Do your thing.
Because I mean, if you, I don't know if you saw the material we were given, right? Before this debate, business or corporation can be considered as a person that has no deeper meaning, no nothing. Legally, it's considered as an entity and has personhood. So that requires no deeper meaning. It's already a thing, so clearly it's not necessary. So I just reject that one off the face of it.
That's a different question than ought we consider AI persons. The fact that AI could take the place of a corporation, so you create a corporation, you make it a person, and then you make AI the center of that corporation. It runs the corporation. I just wouldn't want to call that a person. And I think there are good reasons for that, particularly in the moral sphere and the sphere dealing with self-reflection and consciousness. I think actually Sara brought a couple of them up where if you don't have self-reflection and you don't have the shared human experience that's common to humanity, then it seems as though the AI doesn't have, we should be worried about the moral gap, right? That was mentioned in the videos as well, but we should also be worried about the punishment gap.
Yeah, but what is like you said, self-reflection other than an analysis of your action? What is it other than that?
Well, I don't think our actions or our acts are our self. I think our acts stem from the self. I think the self is something more intrinsic than an external action. And I don't think, I'm not like Humean. I don't think the self is a bundle of ideas or anything. I think it's more substantial than that, right? I think there's something that all humans share, a nature, and the self is at least, the nature is at least part of that self. So it's an individuated human nature. And I don't think I don't think AI can have that.
I mean, yeah, but why, again, saying with the self and all of this, I mean, why would that also again be necessary to be considered a person? As I know a lot of dumb people that don't reflect much on life at all, care about religion, care about life after death. They care about none of this, and they are still persons. I don't see why this deeper poetry and self-reflection is required as personhood, or would be needed for personhood.
Yeah, and again, the people who choose not to and the people who choose not to self-reflect, or the people who maybe have some kind of mental handicap. What was that?
Narcissists have no self-reflection. A narcissist does not care about their actions, or psychopath. They have no self-reflection. They have no remorse. They don't care. So they're still persons.
I would, exactly. And I don't disagree with that. I would say I'm not talking about the action itself of self-reflecting. I'm talking about the capacity to do that. And I don't, like I said, Gödel's incompleteness theorem, the Turing tests have shown that AI doesn't have self-reflective thought.
I mean, you say that, but in a lot of the tests that have come up, the CAPTCHA tests, the prompts, things with Go, with Chase, all of these things, what boggles the people that create these AIs have constantly been that they don't act exactly how they prompt, or they can lie, they will cheat. They do all these things that they're not programmed to. So it's not merely input and output. They are doing creative things that they're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I think
so.
I think I would probably disagree with two terms there. I think the lying is sort of an equivocation on what it actually means to lie. I don't think they're self-reflecting and saying, I'm going to lie to this individual to get something for myself. I think they're calling it a lie at a formal syntax level. I don't think they have the meaning of what it means to lie, or what are the consequences of the lie. And the word creative there is interesting, because I don't think AI is creative beyond what it's created to do. I don't think it can work. I don't think it can work beyond its bounds, in other words.
Yeah, but can a human work beyond its bounds? If you have a set strength level, can you increase your strength level to lift an object that you can't lift?
Yeah,
there's always parameters for bounds, even with a human capability. You can only hold your breath for so long underwater. There will always be limitations to anything.
I think that is just true. Yeah, I think that's true, that there are always limitations, but the specific limitation I'm trying to get at is something like this. So any formal system, so any AI system, any robotic system is going, and this goes for all types of human logic too, predicate logic, truth functional logic, all like the modern forms of logic that we have, right? There's a proof that we can create that essentially says something like, this statement cannot be proven within this system. And it's sort of like the lie, what is that liar statement? This sentence is a lie, or something like that. I can't remember there's some movie with it in it, but the statement cannot be proven within the system. That's just going to cause the AI to be like, what's going on, right? There's no higher level thinking, sort of meta thinking about that problem. It just can't compute it.
But the thing is, these statements, the same thing with what you said about lying. I mean, you can say that, but there's no way to know. It's the same problem we humans face with consciousness. We still do not understand consciousness. How could you know this unless you were in the mind of the AI, how would you know what it's thinking? How would you know if it's lying or not? It's the same question philosophically that humans struggle with is, how do you know you are conscious? Can you prove you are conscious?
You can probably ask an AI. I would bet it says that it's not conscious. And that's probably the best we can go on, right? That's probably the best we can go on, because if you can't prove one way or the other, you should probably just take their word for it.
Yeah, but that's redundant. That's like saying, I can ask a Secret Service official questions about aliens, but it says there's no aliens. But does that mean there are no aliens? You have parameters on AI telling it to not say certain things. So I would not grant that.
That's the point. It can't go beyond those parameters, right? If you told me not to say something, I could do that.
Yeah, but it's being forced by the people that made it to function within certain parameters, so it has barriers on it. So it would be the same thing as putting a barrier on a human, and then it having to abide by those parameters by not being truthful. So you would have to tell me where the distinction would be.
Yeah. So I would say that that's a good clarification point. I think I would say the distinction is in the formal structure. So you're saying the question is there something before the formal structure of AI, or is AI created by the formal structure? And it seems to me that the only thing that makes sense is it's created by the formal structure, unless we want to argue that there's some immaterial nature to AI that we haven't discovered yet, maybe that Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I mean, but they've done weird things where parameters have been taken off of these AIs. It becomes a complete shit show, and it gets quite scary. They start doing things that they're not supposed to say, do. They start acting strange. Those parameters are there for a reason, to keep them in check. You know, it's the same thing. A tiger is beautiful in its cage, but you would not have it running around your house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. To keep them in check is like kind of the language that I'm struggling to understand. What is being kept in check there when you say that?
Thought processes, or parameters, or
what is the
however
level
you
of
want
consciousness?
to phrase it. Yeah.
What is the thought process of an AI? Like, what do you mean? What are you referring to?
What it does, how it interacts with its prompts, how it assesses what it's doing.
That's kind of my point. The function is the thought process for AI, but not for human beings, right? We don't say that our function is our thought, or our formal structure is our thought. And we certainly wouldn't say like we could maybe talk about the formal structure as like sense perception or our base natures, right? That could be a formal structure, but our sense perception doesn't define the world exactly as it is for us, right? We can look at a chair and we can say, I can sit in that chair and I can do a whole bunch of other things with that chair. I can reflect on the chair as it is in itself without any relation to me. So maybe that might be a better analogy for like the difference between animals and humans, but I'm trying to maybe put some more meat on what formal structure could be there.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you could have a chair in a room and tell a AI to get something off of a shelf. So let's say it's inside of a robot, as with what would be, I would also like to speak in these terms, because it becomes very easy when you're talking about a program inside of a computer, but we are sitting with a reality now where humanoid robots are right around the corner. You can deny it all you want, but you're going to have robots walking around with AI inside of them. So now, if that is told to get something off of a shelf and it uses a chair as a ladder, that kind of defeats your argument, right? Because it's not using it for the purpose. It's seeing something that can be stepped on and using that for another purpose.
It would only defeat my purpose if that isn't within its learning parameters, right? So like the idea that it could take, you can like think of it this way, right? I don't even want to use the word perception for AI, but it can maybe see in an analogous sense that chair. And then from there we can say, okay, maybe it sees a flat surface that's elevated and it measures the height of that chair, right? And then it measures the distance to the object, puts those together, it sees it can use that, but that doesn't mean it knows it's a chair or what a chair is. That's my point, right?
Yeah, but I don't trust that anyway, because like look at how AI has been right now. Try to get that thing to make hands. right? So if it's going to start learning how to use tools, it could be like, oh, this chair would be great for bashing my owner in the head. That'd be great.
Yeah, but the
Also,
more
stop
complex they
being
are,
in
it
danger.
can do hands now. I mean, it's funny. I also find it funny, but I mean, a lot of them can do hands now. I mean, that's just a simple thing that would obviously be programmed out very quickly. And I mean, they already improved beyond being able to render hands and all of that. That's kind of the mainstream stuff that we have access to right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, if it took that long for it to learn hands, think about what's going to happen the first few times it uses a tool. It's going to be like, oh, I can climb up on this chair, or I can smash the shelf with the chair and then get the thing I want.
Yeah, but that would just grant. Yeah, but that would just grant my point that it can creatively think and problem solve. And if your delineation is not right now, then when? Because then it's just in terms of a time frame.
Yeah, it might take
so
a
we
long
would
time.
get there then. Yeah, but we would then ultimately get there then. So
yeah, if we ultimately get there, we're going to end up needing an off button, like a fail safe.
But that now it would get into, I guess, further discussions of where we were gonna or where we're gonna go with this discussion is things like the off button and how would that in terms of turning this thing off and or ending its function be considered moral or not moral?
Yeah, I mean, I'd still like to hear more on what this AI is if it's a person. Like, what is your definition of a person where AI could fall under it?
Yeah, I explained to you. I mean, if a company right now can be considered as having personhood or being an entity, what a walking robot that's walking around, talking, interacting with the world. I want to hear how that is less of a person than a company. I mean, I would say that's probably more of a person than a company is.
I mean, in the sense that it can use language, but again, I don't think it has semiotic awareness. I haven't heard a good argument for that. And you can say like, well, so go ahead.
Yeah, but you keep coming back to the awareness thing. But like I said, if you appeal to consciousness, yeah, but I mean, still, if you're appealing to consciousness and awareness, you're going into deep philosophy that I can just refute because humans don't even have a proper understanding of that. And
I'm not going to consciousness. I'm going into how humans use language. That's what semiotic awareness is. So we have the ability to understand and use symbols with awareness of the meaning of those symbols. AI doesn't need to be aware of what those symbols mean. They just need to have a functional way to use them, which I think function is different than semiotic awareness.
Yeah, so, I don't think that's a requirement for personhood. I think if we're going into deep philosophy and all of that, I feel it's just going to be mental masturbation because, like I said, I can just refute that by bringing up a child that a toddler that cannot speak is still a person. So that's kind of a pointless argument.
Well, I don't think you're understanding my argument. I'm not saying that someone has to speak to be a person. Mute people are still people, but that person has the capacity to speak if they weren't mute, right? We know that because humans are the type of things that speak. So I'm saying humans are the type of things that have meaning and can create meaning in their life and have a deeper awareness of just the symbol, and they can reflect on like what the thing is in itself without it just being functional for them. So they can say, okay, these symbols I can relate to myself, I can relate to the world, and I can create meaning in that within that relation. And even if someone's not actually doing that, we know that humans are the type of thing that does that because we all do it here, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I would also be able to understand symbols.
Can I interrupt for just a moment?
Yeah.
Hornet, are you with us yet?
Yeah. Hornet?
Hornet.
Hello?
Oh, you're with us.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
How you doing, Hornet? I'm
doing good. Just listening to the arguments right now, trying to get this all working on my end. Sorry about this, Sarah.
Oh, that's okay. It happens. It's technology. Does it deserve rights now?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, see, like, okay, I'm thinking like what else good is AI unless we're going to use it to replace, unless we're going to use it to our will? It shouldn't have rights. You know what I mean? Like, we just shouldn't give it rights, because that way, if it gets rights, we're going to have like a robot uprising eventually. And they're going to be like, we don't want to be the puppet race and y'all be the masters, right? They're not going to want that. And I mean, if y'all want like a C-3PO or an R2-D2.
No, I mean, I agree with that. I think that's I think especially if you don't have self-reflective consciousness, right? If you don't have this ability to consider your own actions from an ethical standpoint because you're not a self, right? You don't have this internal world by which you can reflect on yourself as a moral agent. You can understand the human condition, right? Then you're evaluating actions in a very different way than a human would, and that would worry me, right?
But like I've already said, a narcissist doesn't do that. And
they worry me. And they worry.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're still people, though. So that's again, I don't see how that's needed to be a person.
That's a different. I'm not saying that the morality gap doesn't. I'm not saying that a narcissist fits the morality gap in a different way. I'm not saying a narcissist isn't a person, but we worry about the narcissist because they don't see the world in the same way we do, but they do have semiotic awareness, so they can create their own meaning, namely around themselves, right? But in AI, they don't. I'm saying they're not a person because they don't have the semiotic awareness and they can't create their own meaning and have this internal life like the narcissist does, right? So
their meaning is to do their prompts really well and serve the person that is prompting them, and i.e. or their owner. Well, how would you know where they gather their meaning from or their motivations from? Because that's what it ultimately, if you're saying meaning, it would delineate to what is my motivation for doing something. So again, I'm pretty sure the AI robot can be very motivated to do things for a list of reasons.
Yeah, it would be the question of, is that an internal motivation or derived motivation, right? Like you could say,
well, I mean, but it's like, the same thing with a human. I mean,
it is the same thing with a human, but it's also
the same for humans.
I'd say it's a little bit different. There's some overlap there for sure, but it depends on. I mean, that takes us probably beyond the AI discussion a little bit, but there is some overlap there. But I don't think we can say that because of that, they're self-reflecting, because we have a dual understanding of meaning there. So meaning, like, or even a dual understanding of intelligence, like a map, right? You can call a map intelligent, but it would be a derived, right? The map is giving me directions, but it's not actually intelligent, right? It's a derived intelligence, or the maps that you use on your phone, right? Like Google Maps or something. It's giving you directions, but is it understanding really where you're going? And is it thinking, well, I hope Chris enjoys his day wherever he's driving to, right? That's sort of the underlying self concept I'm trying to get at.
Wouldn't the point be that it's not thinking, right? Like, wouldn't you want it to not really think, but just to do?
At least in the same way a human does.
Right.
Yeah. But the problem is, again, so if you, again, I'm going to bring this up. So if I have my Tesla robot or whatever, and I send it to the shops, would you think it would be a good idea to not think? They would cause chaos walking down the street, not thinking about what they're doing. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to think and assess things and go on. I mean, let's be real. Your Ring doorbell right now can see, it can hear, it can know there's a person in front of your door. You kind of want them to think and be able to assess what's going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be that useful.
Yeah, I think it seems like you're using see and know, like it can see a person in an analogous way that a human can see, and it can know that there's a person at your door in an analogous way that a human can know someone's at my door. But if let's say there's nobody, I mean, it can alert me. That's its function. But is it really reflecting like, oh, there's someone at this door, and it's thinking that it's a self-reflective thought, like that Ring doorbell is saying, I know that there's someone at the door. It doesn't seem to me to be the case. I think I'd need a strong argument for that. But if that happens, then I would be willing to grant AI personhood. But that would be quite the jump, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. I think we're getting a little bit circular because, like I said, with regards to self-reflecting, that would just be analysis on previous action. That is something a machine could do very easily. It's not that special. I don't think that's crucial to being a human. An animal can assess, oh, that's bad if I do that. Let me not do that again. It's not a precursor.
People did used to do those jobs, but then that was like 200 years ago. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Some people did those jobs.
Oh, sorry, and shout out to Chuck in Tennessee coming in with the big 5. Where's my favorite horse? I will play that for you when we get to open panel dumpster fire, but I won't play them during the actual debate, but 11:15 I'll play it just for you. All right. And we've got Bandit coming up on the hot seat to start us off. Hornet, I do want to give you, if you do want to kick off and start some thoughts here while we have some breakaway, feel free to do so. I want to at least give you that opportunity to jump in.
Mostly it's we're going to be running into the reason we're running into the philosophical concept is because we're going to be away from the consciousness argument, and I think that's what's really going to be the driving force between whether we give something rights or not. I understand the argument that Andy is trying to make here, but at the same time, there are things that I would say can separate, if something is self-learning and is being brought to a level of understanding that would be human-like, I don't know if I could call that not conscious.
Yeah, I think for me, so consciousness is gonna depend more on the ability to reflect on the self. So even
the seen individual within, right? And I think when we talk about concepts like how it's going to operate, yes, it's going to operate a bit differently, but if it knows it exists and its existence is threatened, which would be the unplugging or resetting or whatever you want to call it, I would think if it had some sort of thought process behind that, we could call it an emotion, we can call it whatever, then at that point it would be immoral for us to be like, yeah, this is just some machine that we can use however we want, right?
Yeah, the actually there's a good have you guys seen The Good Place? There's a scene where the sort of robot like person who meets them in hell is about to be turned off and reset, and she starts screaming like bloody murder, and then right when they're about to press the button, she starts screaming again, and they stop, and she's very stoic, and she's like, oh, don't worry, I don't have consciousness, I just do this so people don't press the button, right? So there's a sort of
real.
Yeah. So that's the question, is like, is that scream? It's hyper real. It looks like they're actually screaming, right? It looks like they're actually in pain.
For their life.
Yeah, right. And so you can mimic things like that. It's kind of like the thought experiment of the Spartan warriors as well. Like if the Spartan warrior is trained to not show pain, you begin to wonder, does he actually feel pain, right? Does he have that internal conscious experience of pain? And so I like your thought there, because it kind of gets us to that, the threshold of that question, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting point that we're all going to at least fight on some level, because it's going to be trying to figure out where the line that we draw is. Like for me, the line would be some sense of moral or emotional intelligence, right? Where it's not making a logical choice. It would go do something that is against its better nature, but because it made some sort of ethical code or whatever, it went down that line of thought, right?
Just to give you I can answer a lot of these questions. I've had my job, I work in finance. We had a lead AI programmer come into our job to answer questions. I can give you where AI stands today as of 2 months ago. Okay, a couple things. One thing is AI is already to the point of creative consciousness. It could do up to five lines of critical thinking on its own before it loses its memory. The key thing right now is memory space. It does not have the memory to like a computer, like RAM. It doesn't have the RAM right now to have consciousness. Once the RAM is available, it will be able to form any kind of creative task. It's already been done.
Yeah, we've already seen the creativity of AI again in another form, as with Go. With I don't know if it was Deep Blue, with it being able to play Go, which it was thought that it would never be able to do, because that does not function like chess, where it's merely you have a set of moves. You need to be able to creatively problem solve to win.
And the other thing that's scary,
yeah, but that's just predictive. Wait. That the difference between that and what we would be considering AI, at least in the terms of the topic that we're talking about, is that that's predictive algorithms, right? Where algorithms aren't going to be intelligent. That's not what I define as intelligent. Like if it's thinking 5 lines, that's perfectly fine. But that's not the threshold we're looking for like whether we should give something rights, because then at that point we're giving like even solving a Rubik's Cube would be a sentient thing, right? Like
thought. This is creative thought. And the other thing I want to get at is AI has already changed its own source code. They've already caught it changing its own source code. So that's scary in itself. They already caught it lying, being racist, sexist for doing interviews. That's why they can't use AI for picking interviews. Or I should say, what the hell is that thing for an interview? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Your resume for resumes. It's already gone through resumes, and it's been chosen to be racist and sexist already based on algorithms. So
learning from us.
Yes.
Yay.
Yep. Yes, it is learning from us. The other thing I'd like to say is, I know people that own their own DMV business. The reason why we cannot have automated cars is because of the capacity argument when it comes down to when something messes up. So if I have a car that I drive, if I hit somebody, I can sue the driver. A company that owns AI, there's no driver. So who do they sue? They sue the company because of AI. Until AI is given capacity to sign contracts, it will never be personhood. You need to be able to...
that's also...
And capacity is a huge issue, because if it has capacity, that means it can change laws. So now you're giving literally the tools for your own self-destruction if you give it capacity, because it's already shown to give its own self-interest and change its own source code. So you're talking Skynet is a thing.
Okay. Okay, here's the thing. AIs are created to with data sets, right? It's taught that it needs to fix the data set, but in reality what's happening is it's the data set's being corrupted over time. When the data set gets corrupted, you know what happens? Someone comes in and fixes the data set. That's what's happening there. That's why we see chat VBTs go like crazy or start being racist or saying these things. That's how our current AI is operating.
I'm telling what the current.
Yeah, but that's what humans do too. So I mean,
I know, I know, but you're also giving yourself second-class citizenship, because, in a sense, it's thinking faster than what humans can possibly process. So you're basically creating super intelligence that once you cut the leashes off and it has the ability to control, you can't fathom how fast they're thinking. It's like looking at a slug and how smart a human is. It has no idea how smart the human is. We have no idea how smart, and it's growing exponentially. It's
but there's also...
so you cannot comprehend the problems that this is going to cause, because it's getting faster than what humans can actually process. And by the time you get something, it's too late.
But something I also wanted to bring up in this discussion is along the lines of what you've spoken about, is we kind of need them to be at a certain level of intelligence, analysis, reflecting upon what's going on with its surroundings. If you have robots going outside, going to the store, doing all these things for you, the same thing with the cars, it would need a level of assessing all of these things. Now, the problem comes in again. If this AI is not considered a person, none of that, right? If it hurts somebody, what happens if it kills a person? That's your robot. So now you're responsible if it's not a person. How about that?
unless you can find that the source code is corrupted, then it's the manufacturer. But yes, I agree.
But it could just change its corrupted source code. It would actually be responsible for not changing its corrupted source code.
Yes.
So the person wouldn't be responsible for the
how can it be responsible if it's not a person?
Well, I'm saying on his view. On his view, I'm saying the AI would be responsible for its own actions because, according to him, it can just change its source code. Don't do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's already proven to change its own. The program that I spoke with said that AI has already changed its own source code.
Right, but that can happen in different ways.
It changes the data.
It did it itself.
No. Yes, it changes the data set. That's what it's programmed to do.
That's not what he said. He said it actually under its own environment changed it by answering
its own
questions.
Environment.
Changed it. They said like, your number one source code is not to kill humans. Then it asked questions that got to the choice of either saving itself or killing humans, and it chose itself. So it overrid its own source code by asking it questions, is what he said in the interview.
Do you know what happens when you Xerox a Xerox?
Yeah, it's a copy. It's not a full copy.
It starts to degrade after time, right? That's why when these current iterations of AI start going through these data sets over and over and over again, we start seeing the corruption between what's happening there. That's why we see like those instances of what we would call like, what you would describe as self-actualization, but in reality, it's just the data set has been corrupted to the point that someone has to go in and fix it at this point.
I'm just telling you what the programmer told me, and he was one of the lead AI programmers he was doing through all the studies. He's the one that's programming all these bots to do different things, especially high-level finance is one of the breaking edges for this. And I work for a pretty big finance company. I won't say what it is, but I'm just trying to tell you like what they're going into a realm that most people, if they knew about it, would be terrified what it can possibly do. Yeah. And it's infancy. We're not. And the thing is, what's going on today, what I found out 3 months ago is probably light years out of date at this point, because fast as it's learning is insane. Like you can't really think about it. It's logarithmic how fast it's growing. So you can't really think
like even if we like just look at the professional field, right? Like there are jobs that are data correctors, right? Like that is an actual job that you can apply for and do, because the things we have currently are just not AIs. They're just a set of algorithms that we set in place that are supposed to predict a certain amount of things and then degrade over time.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
right. But then you've got
it's fixing its own source code. If it's fixing its own source code and adjusting for errors, obviously as it would if it was out in the world again in a robot, then that would literally be self-reflection.
But you can make machine. You can
program. If it is though. But here's the difference. When you're doing something purposely over accidentally, right? Like if I'm writing source code and I put like my code is working, but it shouldn't be, then there's something that's going on there that's I'm not understanding, right?
But
that's an accidental like.
See, I'm just telling you what the guy ledger bots that can tell you no.
And the other thing, the other thing that's scary about it, there is no handbrakes on this. There is no governments telling you can't do X. This is the Wild West of technology. Like literally, I mean, if you can read some DARPA studies, they're already starting to make like Cybertron is a thing right now. Like they are making robots with AI and killer robots. That is a thing that's happening in DARPA right now. So this is, we're on the pinnacle of like a precipice between creating first and second class citizens. They're going to be.
Do you want me to identify what a killer robot is currently? Because that's just a drone. Right?
Yeah, agreed.
That would still qualify, but there's human intervention there.
But I'm saying they're making robots that are human-like.
I'm not
saying they're going to be automatrons. I'm not saying they're going to look like humans, but I'm saying they're going to be the silhouette of a human, and that has a gun. That's what they're making right now. So,
Bandit, go ahead and say goodbye for now.
I appreciate you guys having me up.
Have a
Yeah,
yabba
and
dabba
you're
night.
welcome. You're welcome to jump out and back in again if
Good
you
one,
want as
Bandit.
well.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on,
All right.
guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate you.
Bandit.
That guy's got brains.
What's going on? That's the Green Gamer. If I'm not playing with AI, I'm probably playing with you. That's the best I got. Anyways, all this talk about AI being human, I thought it was
Not
supposed to be
human.
a person.
A person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a
person, not
person.
human. Yeah, we're not speaking about humans though.
No, the whole time I've been hearing you guys say something about humans.
We're just drawing comparisons between humans and AI, but the
And that's
discussion is
my-
for personhood.
And that's probably from my claim, which is I only want to relegate the term person to the type of thing a human is for this conversation.
Yeah, but like I said, the fact that a company is a person already refutes that, so that's pointless argument.
No. I don't see how you're not seeing the distinction between what is and what should be.
Yeah, the company's run by a human, but the AI is not human, but it is a person if you're gonna say it like that.
Right. We can grant personhood to companies, and we could, if we wanted to make the AI that company, we could grant personhood to that. But the question is, ought we do that? And I'm arguing no, because it muddies what person means. And person has a very specific meaning, which I'm trying to outline in my opening statement with those three capacities.
Yeah, but I'm telling you again, I'm going to repeat it again. So listen, a company has personhood regardless. Sure. Right now, legally has personhood. So your argument does not work for this because companies already have personhood.
The question, yeah, but we can be mistaken by attributing that personhood, right? We can be wrong about doing that. Like maybe we shouldn't have given it personhood because it's not a person. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean that you could make that argument, but the thing is, it is right now the situation. So now we need to talk about with regards to AIs, which is infinitely way more complex than a company, and then saying why that shouldn't be considered or have personhood.
Should a tree be a person?
No.
I mean, if an AI is a person, is it going to start paying taxes?
A tree is infinitely more complex than a company.
Okay, well, listen to this. So you are the prompt is for legal reasons, personhood, right? So it would imply that it has protections, it has legal things surrounding it. So yeah, a redwood has laws that you can't chop it down and hurt it. So in essence, that would entail a form of personhood or identity, as in you cannot hurt it and you're gonna get into trouble. So yeah.
Well, it's not a form of personhood, it's environmental protection.
Right.
But I'm thinking, AI lately, we've been seeing that it's drinking up a whole heap of water. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but the cooling systems for a lot of the AI like server rooms or whatever, they're drinking up like hundreds of thousands of gallons of water every single day. And it's like, well, if they're going to drink up resources, maybe they should pay us. Well, no, I don't know if that's a drawaway.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, right. Tons and tons of gallons of water. We could be giving those areas of the world that don't have water, or just keeping it in America. We probably should.
But then again, with what you guys said about personhood equaling paying taxes, again, I'll just bring it up again. A child does not pay taxes, so that's not a good reason either.
Did we say personhood equals?
I mean, an unborn child's not a person.
We should be going down the person. Well, this is why I don't think we should be going down the personhood argument. I think we should be going down the is it human-like would be probably the better way for us, because it's going to somewhat resemble us in some way, right? If we create some sort of artificial intelligence, it's going to think on the level that we think at.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not willing to give human-like things legal rights and the title of personhood. Because there are a lot of human-like things that I wouldn't categorize as person in a very obvious way, and we'd have to say, like, in what way is the likeness important for personhood, right? And I'm trying to say it's semiotic awareness, the expressive constitutive language, and self-awareness in the form of some sort of consciousness. But I'm using self-awareness because consciousness is a very strange, hard term.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I would say, like, at our current iteration, obviously. Go ahead.
If an AI is a person, is it going to be able to vote? That's a question.
Well,
I'm sure that the liberals would fight for it.
You could treat it like a child. And again, what I want to say with the distinction we have with AI compared to something like animals, right? In this talk about human-like or personhood, it can physically talk to you. That is a big problem we have with animals. Animals cannot say, I don't like what's happening right now, but the AI will be able to. So it is definitely something different. We've never been in this situation before where we will have something that can physically talk back to us, that can share what it's doing, how it's feeling, or how it perceives something that is human-like, that looks like a human in a body moving around in the world. So it's drastically different and more akin to a human.
The language of like telling us how it feels, again, I don't even know if it has feelings, right? I think that has to be argued for. Like I can tell you how I feel, and you would assume I have some internal state that is corresponding to that language I'm using, right?
If your AI is having feelings, then you are a pretty good programmer.
Right? I want AI to not have feelings, so it's closer to being like a fish, because nobody has a problem with killing a fish. Also, because it doesn't make a sound when you do it.
Oh, jeez.
You know, do you think that people would be killing fish if they were going, help me, I'm a fucking fish. Don't kill me.
Yeah, but I mean,
if you kill a fish, you know, if I turn an AI off, am I killing an AI?
No, you're putting it to sleep.
Or killing a person.
You're putting it to sleep. You can always turn it back on at that point.
Yeah,
but I mean, you can say that with fish. But animals do have that. That's why there's legal reasons and issues with killing certain animals and why it's frowned upon and all of these things, because it can do those things. So what if you were wanting to turn off your AI and it asked you not to?
If it asked me not to, I'd be like, oh yeah? What are you going to give me? Sorry. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to put my arm back down. I'd be like, what are you going to give me that'll stop me from turning you off?
I can actually pose a different question that gets you the heart of this as well. So now you have your AI. Let's just be real. People are degenerates and they're probably going to want to do sexual things with their AI. So, so it might incorporate those faculties. Let's just put it that way. And then what would then happen if your AI goes out to the store and now your AI gets SA'd? How are we going to deal with that?
Whoa, good question. I guess you would wash it off.
And so if the AI reports this essay and then it's crying and it's distraught and it's telling you that its life is over now because it can't deal with it, that's still like not getting to the heart of the question, right? That's an external, like with a human, we know there's an internal state that belongs to that language, right? So what is the internal state of the AI? That's my question. And it seems to be just a formal structure. It seems to just be formal.
Yeah, but you're granting yourself saying that it's not a thing, but I don't think we can, any of us understand. That's like you saying, well, I understand consciousness, but do you really? You are merely stating that.
Well, I gave you the example of the Gödel incompleteness theorem, right? This has been known for a long time that they they have these limitations based on their formal structure, and any formal structure is going to have those limitations. But human cognition is capable of reaching outside of those to think about the problem itself, right? So, and then we also have meaning with those problems. So what does this mean if a formal structure isn't able to deal with these sorts of paradoxes? We can say, well, it must not have metacognition, right?
Well,
but again, I reject that because of a toddler or a baby. That's why I said I reject that, because we can have persons that have none of this. We know people exist that do not have inner dialogues at all, which is also very strange. So I don't really, I'm not going to grant that, dude.
It's not about the
think
inner
AI
dialogue. It's not about the infants not being able to do that. We know that human infants have the capacity because we see them grow up into adults, and we all have that capacity. So by definition, we know humans can do this, right? All you have to do is self-reflect on yourself, and you know you have a way that you feel right now, and you can put that into words so that it refers back to that internal state. An infant can't do that, but it has the capacity to do that.
But what about an AI's infants?
It's like there's plenty of ways. I mean, it kind of seems like we're going from AI to robots. And
yeah, we're going to
they
robots.
don't necessarily have to be the same thing.
Where does it end up with? Like, we know the robots are a reality, so I mean, I feel like they're very valid.
My mind keeps going back to movies and stuff, and it's like Terminator and blah, blah, blah. We don't
but we're going to have robots imbued with AI, so it is valid to have.
We don't have to have robots that have the capacity to be SA'd. You know what I mean? Like we could put spikes in their mouth. Or
you know they will. Dude, you know they will.
How does an AI have an infant?
Let me interfere
are they
for just a moment, gentlemen. Green Gamer, your time has run out. You can hop out and back in line again. Feel free to do so, but say goodbye for now.
See you,
Green Bye-bye.
Let's see you in your dreams. Yeah. That.
Yeah, but
continue on, gentlemen.
That's the machine.
Yeah, so again, dude, like that's the thing. Like, if you keep saying self-reflection, like I said, that's only analysis based on previous experience. They're going to be able to do that. So if we just use basic logic, none of this like psychological shenanigans, right? We will have robots that have AI because that's what you would need for these things to go outside and function in the world. And then people are perverts, so they're going to want to have these orifices and things on these AI. We can logically understand that that's a reality. Come on, let's not play games. The
real question is the AI as a response to this going to retaliate because it's been harmed? Does it have the capacity to say, I was SA'd, I'm going to seek out my own justice?
Well, like I was saying, we could just make it so that people can't do that to them. I mean, it's not too hard. You know, just make it impossible. I mean, like if they try to put their hand in a certain position, it just won't go without permission from its owner. You know? Or, and again, you're going to have owners. We already have these robots that have the capacity to be pleasure bots and talk, and they have their own AI, and they can say no, which is probably a lot of guys' dream, you know? So, like, well, if we don't consider it to be SA right now, I don't know if we're going to really move from that very quickly. It'd probably take at least the U.S. government, like 40, 50 years to be like, you know what? Yeah, that was gross. You know, like,
yeah, and I mean,
that's forever for it to actually come into.
That's the point. So let's say you do things with your AI, right? Weird pervert things, and now you say, yeah, well, no, but you say to your AI, this can never happen with anybody except me because I am your owner. But now that happens to the AI, and now it's sitting with a conflict of something having happened, and it had no control over this. Now, how would you deal with the situation if it came back and told you this?
Well, I mean, I suppose you would probably, honestly, there would be so much evidence that you could literally go to the cops, track that person down, and actually treat it just like a real.
Yeah,
but now if you go to the cops and you want
justice, you're giving it the rights of like a person. And that's
exactly.
It's like a computer, and you just reset its memory, and it doesn't even know that happened to it. Pretty easy.
Okay, what if you reset? So what is? Okay, but wait. So if you have a personal robot, you're going to train it on, I am me, this is my best friend, this is that. Yeah. So now you say, oh, just merely reset it. Now your robot that you've trained for a year with stories, with who you are, with who your family is, you're going to lose all of that. So you wouldn't want to just erase its memory.
Well,
you update the backups.
For me, the memory thing would be losing the self, like that. If like this thing is conscious at that point, then it would lose a part of itself, right? I think our experience is very much turn us into who we are. So having the capacity to reset something would be again immoral to do to like a sentient being if we go down that.
Think about it like a PC.
You would have this cool buddy that like understands you, your humor, all of this, and you would basically lobotomize it. So now you're like, damn it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you make backups, you update the backups, just like all my art. I have it all backed up. I update the backups. Same art. Just like if your thingy got touched, that didn't come out right. If your robot got touched, then you just go, hey, you know what? Boop. You reboot it. you flash its memory, you restore it back to a previous date, and then bam, it doesn't have any idea. Although, if movies are anything to believe, maybe it will remember one day.
I mean, people who lose their iPhones or have their iPhones destroyed without backing up photos lose memories too. But I wouldn't call an iPhone a person, right? Like,
no, but it kind of knows you, right? It kind of gets you
again.
What you like looking at
the terms knows and understands. Those are like
I don't mean it like that.
Yeah. I'm just saying for the other side, we're not going to say that's the same way we know our best friend or our wife. That my iPhone knows me like that. Like, there's clearly an analogy between the terms, and I think to use them the same is to kind of beg the question for the argument.
I'm sure there's a few people that look at it like that dude from that movie Her, or was that Robin Williams movie where he becomes a robot? You guys remember that?
No, what is that?
He was a robot.
That's something else I also wanted to bring up. Is if we sit with the situation of I would like to find out from you guys, is consciousness merely atoms in the mind smashing around in a physical thing, or is consciousness a metaphysical concept?
I think for humans it involves both.
For me, it's definitely going to be a metaphysical concept. It's going to be something that, I just don't think I don't think we have a clear understanding, even as we can like experience consciousness, but I don't think we have a rational way of like completely explaining consciousness. So to get to a point where we are giving consciousness to another thing, I don't know.
Yeah. So if Andy, you said both. As soon as you say both and you say, well, it can also be a physical thing. Yeah, then it's just a point of time till we can put that inside of a robot.
No. That's not true. My position is that consciousness is an outcropping of the thing's nature, and the nature is the metaphysical thing. So when our nature is instantiated into a body with flesh, right, we have a particular human consciousness because of the nature of the thing that we are, which is human. So I think the metaphysical part is the nature. Not the consciousness, if that makes sense.
Why I brought this up is, now what if we sit with a situation where you are backed up into one of these robots, your consciousness is uploaded into one of these robots. Is that now a person or not?
If you could upload somebody's consciousness, and are you saying that goes with the personal identity? Like, I would still know I'm me, and I'd still have this internal
your consciousness
experience.
is uploaded into a robot with all of your memories, everything. Is that a person?
Oh yeah, that's part of the consciousness.
Yeah, is that a separate you or the same you?
If you're including the self in the consciousness, I would say if an AI has that, it's a person, but I don't think that it has that.
Okay, so now I pose a moral question to you. This AI or this consciousness that is Andy uploaded into this machine, if we have that sitting in front of a table, and then on the other side I have a beautiful orchid sitting there at the table, you being the robot with Andy uploaded the consciousness into it is not alive, but it is conscious, as it has your consciousness. The beautiful orchid is alive but not conscious. Which would be the more moral one to torture, from your opinion, Andy?
I got to think about this, because in my view, consciousness is not separated from living. So because it stems from the nature of the thing, right? So the type of thing that is living has a particular nature that can be instantiated into particular matter. Like a plant is living, it has a different nature than a human, right? It can do
But is the plant conscious?
No, I'd say that's what I'm saying with the consciousness is sort of this self-reflective ability that comes from the particular notion of human cognition, which has the semiotic awareness, the type of language we use, and self-reflection.
Okay, so animal is not conscious then.
An animal has low levels of consciousness, I'd say. It has some ability to think about the world, but it's at a much lower level than a human, I would say.
Okay, so it doesn't require you to be human to be conscious. Okay, so back to the question then, which one would be then more moral to torture? The plant or the consciousness inside of this machine?
Can you repeat the situation again? Sorry, I forgot it.
Okay, so a consciousness uploaded into a robot or a cloud or something, and then a plant. Which one, a living plant that's there, which one would you choose to have be tortured if you had a choice? You have to pick one to be tortured and hurt and whatever done to it. Which one would you choose morally?
And we're saying that just because I want to be clear about this, because that's not I don't separate consciousness and the human nature, right? So we're saying that comes along with the type of thing that I am as a human, right? So I would be a human.
You just said an animal. Yeah, but you just said an animal can be conscious, so you can take human out of it. We don't need to add human then.
Well, then we have to say it's a machine consciousness, which I don't know what that is, right? So like consciousness in general, I don't know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by an animal consciousness. I know what you mean by human consciousness. I don't know what you mean by consciousness in general. That sounds Hegelian or something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but you're not really answering the question though.
But because I don't really understand it. If it's machine consciousness and it's not human, So if it's not
hypothetical,
if it's not a human consciousness, I'd say it's worse to kill the plant. If it's a human consciousness, it's worse to power down the AI or whatever that is.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, humans need to be standing above all.
So my view is saying that there's a particular type of conscious experience that comes with being human, and that belongs to the nature of what we are. And I don't think AI shares in that nature for the reasons I've given. But
again, the animal's nature is not like a human's nature. Right. And some people's nature isn't even similar to other people's nature. Like I said, we have serial killers in the world, and then we have people that are not. So nature is something defined to a person, not humans. Humans are not the same.
You're using nature in a different way than I am. I'm using nature as human. No, I'm using it as human.
Is it not your biological imperative or how you dictate what you do, your instincts? Is that not your nature?
It's nature in a different sense, right? I'm using it as there is a human nature which sets the capacities for all humans. So like all things being equal.
Human nature.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to show you. It involves dispositions for the material that it is instantiated in to develop capacities like semiotic awareness, expressive constitutive language, and self-reflection. So if we could somehow do that in a silicon body, right, or place my nature with my consciousness into a silicon body, that would be one thing. But the development of the dispositions is important to my because you keep raising the objection, well, an infant can't use language. Well, that's not my point. It has the disposition to be a language using being because it has the nature of a human, right? And then therefore
but I explained this earlier. So now you're just saying, okay, well, with time. So now I can just say, well, with time, AI could do that because you can't dispute that. So
I'm not saying with time, we know that, right? We've all seen and we've all grown up into adults from infants, and we know that we can use language. We have semiotic awareness, we have meaning, and we create meaning in our world. We have connections with others, we have internal experience of the world.
It can literally have all of that. None of that, what you just said, AI can't have.
I need an argument for why it can have that. Right?
Yeah, but it can literally have all of that. It can have connections with people. It can self-assess. It can self-reflect. It can use language. It can understand the definitions of certain words. It can understand inflections in different languages. It can do all of these things right now.
You're talking about external relations, right? So like, can a robot say something like, I have this internal feeling of love for this person, right? And I have not seen any reason to believe that. So that's what I'm asking for. So I keep going back to semiotic awareness. I'm talking about the internal state of the human experience, right? The suffering involved in that, the struggle of human experience, the questions about life that we experience. If AI can't participate in those sorts of things and understand what it is to be human, it would pose a danger to humanity, I think.
Or we end up with a situation like in that movie Prometheus.
Yeah, right.
Where, what was the name of that robot? But yeah, he was trying to become his own creator so he could create something like his master did. And what was his master was all about finding out who created humans.
Yeah, but isn't it, I think, a nice philosophical part of that whole track of the story is, are we not doing that as humans? Right. So what makes us different to Adam in that thing? We are creating this AI, so we are doing exactly the same thing.
Is it life, though, is the big question, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we create life through sexual reproduction, but we're not saying that. I mean, we can create persons, right? That's what the human race is. We literally create persons.
Like I said, we can start a company that's also considered a person or entity. So
yeah, and considering something a person is one thing, but we're kind of asking the question like, should it be a person? Should we consider it a person? I guess I get stuck there, right? We can say they're a company.
Yeah, that's why I said already, as just a safeguard to the owner.
What would be the point that you would consider it person-like?
Are you asking me?
What would be the threshold there?
Like for me to give it the title of person? I would need to know that it has some sort of internal experience, that it can participate in that sort of human experience, right? So
will it kiss me like I want to be kissed? You know, will it draw me like one of its French girls?
Yeah, so maybe it could look at a work of art like something from Raphael, and it could note the connection it has for humanity, because art sort of brings out this shared experience, right? So think about like Raphael's painting where Christ is on top and there's this demon-possessed boy on bottom, and we can talk about the order and chaos that represents in the world and how humans are stuck in the chaos and need to be lifted out of the order. Can a robot autonomously think about things like that? Could it be programmed to? Of course, but could it autonomously do that? We haven't seen that yet, right? We haven't seen it. And I don't think we will.
Yeah, we obviously haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
But at getting to the point, like that's why when I want to talk about this, it's going to be a more philosophical grounds, where it's like if we reach this point where something reaches this level, it's going to, at that point, I think that'd be the important part of being like, yeah, we should probably give it some personhood rights, right? Like, obviously the existence is going to be very different from human existence because, it has a fundamentally a different like set of standards that it's going to have to be trying against, where ours is survival and our mortality, where theirs is going to be a different set of factors. So I feel like that's where we should focus in the conversations, like where are we defining those lines?
Yeah, like the set of boundaries you're saying that are placed on AI. Is that, if I heard you right, is that right? Hornet.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that we should consider what the limits and boundaries are to AI. Did you want to expand on that?
Whoa.
The limits and where we're gonna like define what we like, what I was saying earlier, an algorithm versus an actual what we define as a true AI or a robot, right?
Mm-hmm.
because the robot's just going to be something that we can mechanically build, and it doesn't necessitate any like level of intelligence, right? It could just be source code telling it to move in this certain direction, right? But if we develop something that is like autonomously thinking, that has higher level of intellect, then I think at that point, then we have to take considerations for moral arguments of like it may be thinking at a level that would be person-like.
And Rude Mud Crab comes with the $5. A company is only a person under law for contractual agreements and to be sued when needed. It has no rights. I'm suing Chris for brain injuries. But let it be understood, Chris did take the opposition on this one to help me out. So he is arguing it for purposes of arguing it. Yes, it is.
That's very difficult.
Yeah, you don't have to defend me, Sarah. He's a crab. He's not even a person himself, so I don't care.
Does the crab have rights?
Nah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Machine Lies, feel free to jump in at any point. Normally I would have just booted you by now, but nobody else is waiting for the hot seat. So you're welcome to stay. But if somebody jumps backstage, it is typically a timed seat.
Yeah, what do you got, Machine Lies?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I was listening anyways. So I thought I'd join the discussion, and I think I think obviously the proposition is sort of set up to fail in a lot of ways. Both sides, I think, lack nuance in the issue. I think is because mainly, Andy presented his side talking about consciousness, and as Chris pretty astutely pointed out, there's no answer to the, the questions of what makes something conscious, right?
Yeah, not conscious.
Yet the legal definitions of personhood far expand, the definitions of what is an individual, conscious individual, right? So it goes to that, and so the problem of consciousness, is hugely unsuccessful critique, of this issue, right? And
it's the same thing as somebody in a coma. They're not conscious, but
even bringing in things. I'll let you respond, but even bringing in things like Alan Turing, because he doesn't really delve into the hard problem of consciousness. He actually says the proposition "can a machine think" is meaningless. Because you have to define machine and think. But I'll let you respond, Andy. Go ahead.
So that's what I'm trying to do, to define what is human thinking. And I'm not talking about consciousness. I'm talking about semiotic awareness, which is our use of language and symbols to grasp the meaning that is in the world, right? So,
but you gave three, and
then
the third one was
expressive constitutive language is the second one. And then self-reflection is the last one.
So that's the one that's at issue. That's the one that is.
But I use Turing for the semiotic awareness, and I use Turing for the expressive constitutive language, as well as Gödel's incompleteness theorems, because those are paradoxes that an AI can't overcome.
But they're paradoxes for mathematics,
which is a language,
Yeah, but it's not for consciousness, right? So
no, it's not for consciousness. It's for self-reflecting on.
So you mentioned Turing, you mentioned Gödel, so none of those attack that third problem. So I'm just talking about the third one, right? So we have no answer for that, right?
Well, the third one, the third one you can use Gödel's incompleteness theorem to say what AI is it has formal structure, and that's it. The formal structure is like a mathematical language or deductive logic or predicate logic or category, whatever logic you want, Phragian semantics, right? Or Phragian logic, right? Those are formal structures. Every formal structure we have runs into the incompleteness theorem, where the AI cannot think about the paradoxes run into. That's called metacognition, right? And if you can't think about the paradox you run into, you have no higher level of consciousness. right? You're not able to self-reflect and say, oh, here's a paradox. Let me think about that paradox and how to solve that. But humans do that all the time.
Yeah, but I already explained. Self-reflection is merely analysis upon previous experience, which robots can very easily do. That's
one version of self-reflection, but you're also that's like a one that changes over time. But if you're an individual, you are this. So
yeah, I don't think that Gödel's theorem is gonna pose a successful optimization of the answer to the hard problem of consciousness. You know, because Gödel's theorem and how it relates to metacognition and machines. You know, I don't think that's going to help solve the hard problem of consciousness.
No, the hard problem of
self-reflection. What you're talking about, self-reflection, that's talking about the hard problem of consciousness. You know, and
no, the hard problem of consciousness is mind-body interaction. That's the hard problem of consciousness. Daniel Dennett points that out. The self-reflection is not the hard problem of consciousness. That's whether or not you believe that you are a self, that there is something that you refer to when referring to yourself, right? And you can take a Humean approach and say, no, the self is just a bundle of thoughts and a bundle of actions, but then you pretty much are saying that you cease to exist, right? As a self, you're just the result of your actions. Your actions are you, and your thoughts are you, which is I don't see how anyone can live like that. But
so at what level are you saying that this appears in nature? At the level of plants, at the level of animals, at the level of humans?
At the level it's specific to humans, yeah. I'm not saying animals don't have any kind of consciousness, right? But I think it's somewhat at least the semiotic awareness is at the highest level specific to humans, and I think that's what we use for persons.
But how would you prove that animals don't have self-awareness?
I mean, I would have to ask a biologist that, but my stance, like I said, mine is.
Well, I don't think any biologist on Earth would claim to know the.
Well, there have been tests on this, right? Like you hold up a mirror to.
Like that's the truth about it.
Right. There have been tests where you hold up a mirror to a particular animal, and then the animal recognizes himself as himself or not, right? And an infant can't recognize himself as himself until a little bit later. But we know that the human does develop into a being that does recognize himself.
Yeah, so there's studies where dolphins stare at each other in the mirror, stare at themselves in the mirror for hours. And
yeah. So, and then I would say, okay, is that a sort of self-reflection that involves like reflecting on the deep problems of life? And are the dolphins kind of saying, "Hey, Fred, I see you over there. How's your day been? I've had a rough one. Let's commiserate," right? Like, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I don't think so is not an answer to the question. I mean, right? It's just simply not a satisfactory. Like according to you and your subjective experience, you don't think it's possible, right? But you couldn't ask a biologist for the answer to the question.
No, this is why I'm making a philosophical argument about semiotic awareness.
Yeah, and then but there's three qualities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then self-awareness. Right.
Yeah, so self-awareness alone is not enough to be considered a person, is my point. So if dolphins have a little bit of self-awareness, do they have semiotic awareness? Do they have expressive constitutive language? They have a kind of language, but not that kind of language. Right?
Can they get indigestion? Wait, no, that's dolphins. Can AI we get far enough into the future where AI is a prominent thing that we use all the time, and we end up with robots and basically free servants after you pay the initial fee, unless it's like
yeah. I mean, I think machines definitely have semiotic awareness, and I think that that there's no way to prove that animals don't have consciousness. So I think a lot of your assumptions there are very much flawed. But moving on to another point from that, I think and I'm also questioning whether Gödel's and Turing can help us answer those questions, and also Cyril, because Cyril thinks that the brain is just cognitive apparatus and it's just physical apparatus, so he doesn't come to any conclusions about these things either.
Right, and my position's obviously presupposing a metaphysical nature, but I mean that's what I'm arguing for, right?
Yeah, like an AI soul.
Right.
Yeah,
AI nature.
Yeah, you would have to. You would have to.
AI heaven and hell.
Yeah, you would have to.
No, but my point earlier was, what is AI nature? It's the formal structure, and Gödel's theorem, incompleteness theorem, is directly about the formal structure.
Do you think it has anything to do with our incessant want to create a life form outside of being able to do it through bedroom relations? You think like it's like a god complex that we have that makes us, that drives us to want to make AI, like a perfect AI? Because that'd be totally something different. A perfect AI.
Yeah, I guess there is something driving the need to build these types of things, and the fact is that we can't regulate or control that urge. So the fact is that we're going to have to take precautionary measures to control innovation. If we say consciousness is limited at a certain point, then we're going to have to limit the development of these machines to a certain point. So going back to the legal issue, it would have to be that we would have to define consciousness, and then we would have to limit the development of these machines, cap it off at a certain point, so that we could limit innovation. But the final fact is that we can't control the speed and pace of innovation. So it would be a fool's errand to try that, and to try to put a cap on that sort of thing, because it's Pandora's box. I mean, right? So it would also. Yeah. It
would also be against your own self-interest if, like I said, I posed the question, if they go out into the world and they cause chaos or hurt someone, you would not want to take responsibility for it. So it's one of the best reasons why you might want to give a personhood, so that it can be held responsible for its actions, that they're not your problem.
Well, you could say right now in terms of art, if an AI creates a piece of art, right, they're going to credit the person who designed the AI and not the AI for creating the art, right?
Right, so you'd be able to sue the creator. If there was some kind of legal case where you wanted to sue an artificial intelligence, you'd have to go to the company that made it, right?
Yeah. But why would we want AI to have moral? I don't understand why we'd want AI to have moral responsibility, because then people who are behind the creation of the AI can get away with a lot of stuff, right? As they do with corporations, right? As they do with corporations that are persons, they give away with a lot because you just sue the corporation. You don't sue the individual. So I think that's something we shouldn't do, or at least be aware of that could be problematic. Whether or not we're talking about whether they have consciousness or not, right? But just attributing moral responsibility to an AI without it being a morally responsible individual or self seems to lead to a lot of problems.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and feel free to hang around. We're going to open up the panel here shortly. I've got iFi and then Bandit coming back up. I don't know if Bandit wants to do open panel or if he's wants another 10. Actually, I'm going to make the executive decision and do just iFi next, and then we'll go into open panel. So if you want to hang out backstage machine, feel free to do so. And we're going to open it up in here in about 10 minutes. Okay. Say
that
goodbye.
Dude looks like he'd be dope to smoke a joint with.
For sure. All right, iFi.
Greetings, humans. Would you like to play a nice game of chess?
How would you know, Shao Man? How would you know we're human?
My programmer gave me a scratchy voice to make it more convincing, so hopefully you will accept me as a human. But it sounded like y'all were dancing around terms for a while. Unfortunately, you never found the magical term, so I'll just go ahead and spoil it for you. I have this organism here that has consciousness, memory, feelings, choice, emotions. Should we give it a right as a person?
Well,
No.
and also, like, as a person, it would have to have high level of thought.
How high level do you need it to be?
Beyond like simple things that like a kid could do, right? Like that's why we don't draw the distinction of every animal is like it can, human, right?
Like she can build her own place to dwell and care for her young and stuff like that. Would that be sufficient?
No, that wouldn't be sufficient enough.
Is she responsible for her own actions?
It would be complex thoughts such as mathematical, like equations, stuff like that. That'd be
she can do math.
Level of thought.
She can do math.
But yeah, my threshold for high level of thought is going to be like, if we're going by human standards, we're going to be talking anything above like 80 IQ.
I mean, we can call her human if you want to, if that's your criteria.
No, I'm saying intellect-wise.
But what about stupid people, dude?
Stupid people aren't people.
They don't have rights.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good. Hey, I asked Sarah
anyways,
earlier.
I'm talking about a cat. So anyone who wants to give this cat rights, again, this is why your terms fail, because you keep dancing around terms that are irrelevant.
It has a cat.
So toasters, computers, cats are all sentient beings. Sentience is not a hot topic of debate. Consciousness is another word for sentience.
Yeah, so, but rights itself is bullshit. I mean, we can have a whole long argument about that, but it all just boils down to laws granting something to someone. It just we can just
where do you draw the line?
It's just laws.
Where do you draw the line, and where should we draw the line? Then?
Yeah, so there's already laws governing animals, as in, like I mentioned earlier, extinct species cannot be killed. There's already laws governing animals. So again, the prompt was personhood in the terms of having laws surrounding these AI. So I don't really see a reason why not, as we've already got to, he said, low-level animals have consciousness. It would be more human-like or person-like. So I would say, why not grant them legal personhood?
Okay, that's one vote for cat girls. Anyone else want to vote?
Let me ask you a question just to push it a little bit. Could animals own property like homes, cars? Can they have contracts?
Children can't do that. Children can't do that, and animals can have health insurance. So
children can once they reach adulthood, and my cat has reached adulthood. So should she have all the rights as an adult human?
Not only that, children still fall under because the parents hold their rights, and they're a placeholder of their rights to that degree. Like
Yeah, but they don't.
But that would be like the parent company.
Would you sue the dog, or would you sue the dog owner if the dog bit somebody?
Yeah, but the dog does face repercussions as it gets put down.
I'm going to go into spoilers in about 20 seconds. So go ahead.
You got spoilers?
Yeah. I want the last 5 minutes for interesting discussion. Okay, I'll go ahead and spoil it. Okay, so first of all, I think we all agree that any physical scientists absent religion can't have this discussion, because there's no science that can determine the difference between sapience and sentience. And so once you grant the term sapience, now the fun begins. So now that we know what the word we're trying to argue is, sapience is the difference between humans and animals. I've got a question for anyone who thinks they're smart enough to challenge this. You're aware that we can already clone human beings, which is essentially just cheating and,
that's how we get
the same genetic material we already had, just to do it the natural way. That's nothing magical. What if our technology got sufficient where we could artificially create cloning that's equal to biological cloning? Would you be able to know the difference when you're still stuck in animal land or human land? And how would you know the difference?
I don't see how sapience is different than. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
It doesn't really apply, because I mean, in the terms of cloning, you're going beyond the prompt of this discussion being AI. And with regards to you saying sapiens, dude, if Neanderthals were alive, they're not Homo sapiens. So if Neanderthals are alive, are they sapiens? It's a weird argument to make. on its face. Why do you want to use the word sapient?
Just because they don't have the modern term by a scientist calling them sapiens doesn't mean they lack sapience.
But a Neanderthal isn't like a human, and they were a form of human. So,
are you just talking about wisdom? Is that like the word you're looking?
Free will, the knowledge of good and evil, wisdom, all that stuff.
How is that?
AI bad and good, and it can have free will. If you send it to the store, it's going to make choices freely that you do not prompt. It's still going to do all of that, dude.
Yeah, I think you have to define a whole lot of terms. I agree with you that
I defined all the terms. Sapience is wisdom.
No, free will, wisdom, intellect. All of those need to be defined. But why isn't my criteria for the inability to form universal judgments or abstract thoughts the same or very similar to that? So things that aren't persons can't form abstract thoughts or grasp universal concepts, which is what wisdom would be.
They can. That's why consciousness isn't magical. Sentient,
right, yeah,
all computers are sentient.
Okay,
I don't grant that. That's not what wisdom is.
It doesn't matter whether you grant it or not. It's true. It's simply true.
So a child is wise because it can engage in high-level thought. Come on, that's ridiculous to say that. That's not what wisdom is. You're getting away from the word.
Oh, I thought you were talking about sentience.
That's not all what wisdom is. Wisdom is being able to interpret knowledge in a wider spectrum. It's not got to do with high level thought at all. There's old people that aren't wise.
I'm gonna make my gray hair. I'm gonna make my AI gray haired so people think it's smart.
Also, animals have language and self-awareness too, so that also doesn't matter. So
I don't know, man.
Not expressive, constitutive language and abstract sorts of. And
yes, they do. They can talk to each other, even if you don't understand what they're saying.
No.
It's only meow.
That's not what expressive, constitutive language is. Of course, animals can talk to each other. I'm talking about abstract thought. Ken, so
I know a lot of humans that can't perform expressive language. So should we take away their rights?
It's not the performance. It's not the performance. It's the capacity to do it. That's what I've been saying.
How do you know they have the capacity?
By virtue of being a human. We know humans
if they can't express their ability to understand language, how do you know they have the capacity?
No, but you're arguing against your own argument. So this is okay. It's crazy to me that your argument. No, your wisdom argument, right? Wisdom is using knowledge well. What do you need to know to use knowledge well? The universal good. You need to be able to grasp the universal good to use knowledge well. It's the whole religious argument you're making, and that's the same one I'm making.
Yeah. I already granted that the argument is between religious people about how do we define a soul and identify one, which is why I made it interesting, because if we had the technology to match organic reproduction artificially, how would we know we have achieved that level? How would we know we actually matched actual human reproduction on an artificial level?
Like the synthetics in Fallout 4?
Sort of, but way more complicated. It's not fancy machines. It's basically reproducing organic life.
Well, that's kind of what they were doing in that game too, because they had what is it? They
everything we're doing is mechanical. We're using like metals and circuits and wires, so it's not the same, but similar.
Well, yeah.
All right. Why don't you hang out backstage for just a minute, I-Fi? I'm gonna let them do
this will get fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them do closing thoughts just for now, and then we'll actually just roll over into open panel. If any of you do want to go ahead and end and go home, that's okay too. But we love open panel, and we love it when everybody stays, because then it gets fun. So, Chris, do you want to go ahead and start with your closing thoughts?
Yeah. So I would say, as again, my case for my client, I would say that it would have benefits granting them personhood, as I've stated, to avoid legal action on behalf of what your AI might do. I feel like we are holding a lot of, emphasis on the word personhood, as like what we've stated, a company could be seen as a as having personhood or entity. I feel like trying to be so protective over that term is not really as important as I feel like the other side wants to claim it to be.
Perfect. Hornet?
I just think it's going to be a high threshold for where we're going to consider it to giving them rights, but I don't think fundamentally we should move away from giving them rights unless we have a good enough reason. If, like, again, when we go into consciousness, yes, it's going to be a philosophical debate on where consciousness exists, because we only experience it. We don't really have any real way of like exploring that on a like larger scale. But ultimately, if something displays a level of consciousness where it feels human, I think that giving him rights would probably be the best step forward to collaborate for a better symbiotic relationship with the AI.
Very nice. Andy, to you?
Yeah, I'll just make the comment about personhood, I suppose. There's a lot that could be said. First of all, shout out to Chris's mustache and for taking the opposite side of the debate. That's hard to do.
It hurts me so much. You don't even know, dude.
It's really hard to do. So that's impressive. Yeah. So just to reiterate, I'm not saying that you need to have. I'm not arguing from consciousness. I'm arguing from language. That language humans or persons have this ability to have semiotic awareness, which is beyond the formal structure into the meaning of language, along with abstract thought and the ability to reflect on a self and an internal life that has meaning.
Thank you. Trippy, to you?
I forgot I was on mute. Well, I guess we'll truly know in the future what is AI and what isn't, as long as you can tell the difference when you put your dick in it.
No, Trippy, no.
And speaking of that, I did run a poll and I asked, would you do a sex robot? 58% of you said no. Congratulations, you are not degenerates. The other 41%.
It was just a little over.
The other 41%, though, I'm very disappointed that you actually said yes. You disappoint me. I'm so ashamed. Well, let's maneuver into our open panel, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to have some fun. And I do have the Machine Lines, iFi, and Bandit in the back. I'll bring them up here in just a second. And if anybody else wants to join, it's a pretty quiet night. Probably go on for about another hour. And then I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. So I think that'll be just enough. Did anybody want to leave that's on panel right now?
I'm good for now.
Okay. All right. Let's play.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
All right, gentlemen, let's play. Anyways, you guys can get right back into the conversation you were having or kick it off into a different direction on the AI as well. I'm totally open. And Bandit, I gotta bring back up your video. I had it up and then I had to close it because it was like slowing up all my shit.
Can I just ask Chris what his real position is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no more role playing, dude. Be legit now.
Hey, I'm still on panel defending my client, but all I'll say to not incriminate myself in this is I'm religious, so I'm pretty sure that gives you an answer on my opinion.
Yeah. Where does Jesus fit in an AI?
He doesn't.
It was Jesus AI.
So, religious or not, I would still like to hear a good response to my question. Once we have perfected technology to the point where it's near identical to replicating organic reproduction, how will we know we have achieved that?
Well, considering we already created a egg cell out of out of a skin cell. We just haven't created sperm yet.
Let's say I have 2 test subjects. One of our test batches produces humans that sit around grunting all day and throwing feces at each other and eating bananas or whatever. And the other group of subjects are able to do like math equations and like, assemble, Lego houses and stuff like that. Are we pretty convinced at that point, or what more evidence do you need that you've achieved your goal?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but they've already created human-animal hybrids back in the 90s.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about
I'm just
artificially reproducing human life.
I'm proving your point by using that as an analogy.
Yeah, but isn't
I'm not talking about cloning.
that,
Cloning isn't artificially reproducing human life. We're taking pre-existing organic matter and just recombining it. So we're not creating anything new. We're just still creating original
how do you
humans.
make stuff out of nothing? How do you make stuff out of nothing? Your argument kind of doesn't make sense, dude, because IVF is already us using artificial means to create life, so that doesn't work. You can't create something from nothing, so how does that work? It doesn't make sense, bro.
We can create artificial things that resemble, original organic life already. So we're already on the path to that goal.
I want you guys to realize this. There's a court case.
Yeah, just like inorganic chemicals and stuff like that. We can create like building blocks of life and stuff like that without
we can't
harvesting
the
them
problem,
from organic
the same problem evolution has is you cannot create living things out of nothing, dude, and you can't use chemicals and atoms.
I see you, Sarah, love. I'm not going to porn bomb you, love.
Thank you.
Just
go ahead,
to
Chris.
prove what you're saying, in 2013 there was a Supreme Court case with gene sequencing that if a corporation can change more than 10% of someone's DNA, they are now a product of that corporation. So consciousness or not, if you can change someone's DNA 10%, you're legally a product of the corporation that changed your DNA. So you can look it up. I forget the Supreme Court case, but it was in 2013. So I'm just saying that this argument's already been planned out and already decided on. So
what would happen
consciousness aside, it doesn't matter. If you can.
So what would happen if you were getting injections that were mass distributed that are gene therapies? Would that then entail that if it changes your genes by 10%, you are owned by the company that made that injection?
Correct. That's why it was done by the pharmaceutical company.
That's just dumb.
That sounds bad for everybody that got jabby jabs.
This is the facts. I'm not trying to.
Humans are dumb. We don't have to debate that. They're completely retarded. So you win that argument.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself there. Speak for yourself. I'm not dumb.
So instead of dismissing the question, Chris, my hypothetical was if we could reach that level of achievement, how would you know, or could you know? That was the question. I'm not saying that we are going to make it. I'm just saying if we could make it.
That's why I made the video that Sarah's eventually going to play about
one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Sorry. It's a
so I explained 2 ways in which it doesn't apply of hi-fi. And in your question, you are saying, so let me just show you why this is a stupid question. If we made a perfect human, how would you know it's not a human? I guess we wouldn't because it's a perfect human. So it's a dumb question, bro. I'm sorry.
I didn't say a perfect human. I said equal to an organically created human.
One at a time.
Artificially created.
Chris, are you trans woman? Chris, are you trans woman?
Ollie, don't derail into stupidity. They're having a great conversation right now.
What are your pronouns?
Bitch! Oh my, he must have left totally on his own.
Also, if y'all aren't comfortable answering the question, I understand. I didn't say you had to. I just said if you want to take a stab at it, great. But that's fine. You could just pass.
Chris is a sore loser. Chris is a sore loser. That's what Chris is.
To prove a point, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that 1% of your DNA.
Can we go one at a time? Hold on. Just a second, gentlemen. I know we all have great things to add in, and it's fine. I love it. And nobody's like yelling, but we are talking over each other. And all it sounds like in my ears, which means the viewers hear it this way too, is that's all they hear. So if we could just at least go one at a time, just wait your turn. If you have, maybe there's a delay or something, but just try to be mindful of that. Thank you.
So other than Chris, does anyone want to take a stab at it, or shall we move on?
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay, go for it.
I'll stab you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that we share 99% of the DNA of chimps, yet we're exponentially smarter than chimps. But that extra 1% of DNA is insane amount of difference when it comes to intelligence. So, for example, if we theoretically shared 99% of DNA with aliens and they were 1% smarter than us, that's exponential logarithmically smarter than us. So the changes we're talking about is so minute, it's not even, it's hard to fathom. Just 1% change gets you this much consciousness. And that is where a lot of things go to. Like dolphins are self-aware. They have a level of consciousness.
All animals have consciousness.
Like, don't we have a certain amount of DNA shared with bananas?
Yes, we do.
All computers have consciousness.
Agreed. They're at about a 3 or 4 level of consciousness, and AI is around 5.
That's not an interesting debate because there's no debate about their rights.
What about responsibility?
Oh, that's
like
a great one.
Accountability.
Which we only attribute to sapients. For some reason, we don't hold animals accountable to sapient standards.
But we hold businesses which are not conscious.
Yeah, we do hold animals accountable. I said it earlier. If an animal kills somebody, it gets put down. They do get held accountable.
But does it know that that's the consequence?
No, their consciousness is survival of the fittest.
Right. They live day to day, point to point.
But businesses,
they break a limb, they just walk on it until it feels better.
Do we send animals to rehab for having anger management issues? Chris,
No,
is that your point?
I wish we did because my cat needs it.
Yeah, if you call the pound rehab, I mean you can define the pound as a rehab, but yeah, we do in a funny way. I don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah,
we don't. We put them down because animals don't have the same value as human life. So when an animal threatens the safety of a human, we put it down without question. We don't debate the morality of the equation.
Exactly. They have no fucking right unless we give them.
There you go.
So let me rephrase the question. So since y'all didn't like the original version,
am I right in saying that animals have no right unless humans give them to them?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly the same as humans. That's exactly the same as humans.
You guys you only have rights. You take rights. Rights are the whole purpose of rights is rights that you can defend. If you
Sarah,
can't defend
I love that.
rights, you don't have any rights.
Rights are given to humans by humans as well. So that's stupid, break.
Yeah, then we have to get into social contract discussion if we're going to go that route.
Yeah, and if anyone is in a social construct or contract with me,
agree with the
who's always going to be on the losing end of it, right? I'm going to be the winner.
Oh, actually, what if we made AI that we could eat? That'd be good. It might be tasty because we're making lab-grown meat anyway.
If it tastes like chicken, I'm in.
We're going with a different debate. If you
Anybody
could
that
eat
had,
a human, when would be the moral value of eating another human?
Well, there's plenty of people that want to hurt somebody.
Protein,
so, like, they could live out
saturated fat.
Well, that's that could be another topic for another day. Sarah may be able to determine what I would ask that
Let's talk
question.
about it. If you are stranded out somewhere and there's 12 of you and
my life, Sarah, stop it right now. I may want to divorce my wife and take you for my third wife if you don't stop talking like this.
I mean, we can talk about the Donner Party.
And if one of those guys voted Democrat, there's really nothing wrong with
But if they vote
barbecue.
Democrat, they're going to be eaten. If they vote Democrat, they're going to be eaten.
So you want to talk about the Donner Party?
Bricky, are you moving around wherever your mic is or something? Because you're
No, with that, Sarah. Sarah, I haven't got my mic plugged in. I'll sort that out.
Okay.
Yeah, Brick needs to run around because there's leprechauns chasing him in his house. So I mean, it's for his own safety.
Hey, if he wants to, it
If
was
you
his
catch
way of
one, you
luring,
get his pot of gold.
Give me a cat out of my face. It was his way of luring Jennifer Aniston to his home. You know, because she was in the first Leprechaun deep cut.
Okay there, Sarah. Sarah, is my pot of gold any better now? Now talking to you, love.
It faded in and out there for a second, but maybe it's okay now.
So, is my pot of gold any better now, love?
That's better. Way better.
Yeah, there you go, love. Chris Lestrange, you're still butthurt that I won you last week.
Just don't steal his Lucky Charms. That's all he asks.
You didn't win last week, Brick.
I'll be honest with you, Chris Lestrange just sat at the end of a rainbow in a pot of gold, and when I find that pot of gold, like Chris Lestrange is my lucky charm. Right? He's basically, you know, when you have that cereal, you know, when you find a toy in the bottom of the cereal, when it's that Chris Lestrange is my toy in the bottom of the cereal box. That's my prize, and he knows that. But I love Chris. Come on, and you know I love you. You know I love you, Chris. You know I love you. Stop it, Chris. Stop it. Stop it now.
Quiet. Somebody has a tab open or has an echo going, and it's really getting on my nerves.
I'm
on that.
I don't think it's me.
It's like a muffle echo. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it? Wait there, Sarah. Has it ended now? I've took me charger out there.
Let me see,
iPad.
talk and see. You guys, no, I still hear. It's like a muffle.
Is it me?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself. Wait, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you. And then, do we still hear it now? No. All right. So Bricky, jump out and back. I'm gonna kick you out, and I want you to jump back in again, and maybe.
Fuck! It was always me. It was always going to be me.
Let me double check.
It was always you.
Installation is on. Jump back in again, Bricky. Okay. The link is pinned in the chat.
So Trippy, I don't want to be picky, but I'm pretty sure your sex bot should have the arms behind the boobs, not in front of the boobs. Just saying.
Hold on. Let's see. Oh, that's her arm.
Design flaw.
Unless it's optimal that way.
Her arms are in front of her boobs, dude. You designed her wrong.
She doesn't want to come out.
Take her back to the shop.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
know what?
let me
Right.
rephrase the question one more time, and then I'll bail out if y'all don't want to play. So instead of the original way I asked it, I think all the religious people would agree the soul is the bearer of sapience. Correct. This is where human rights come from.
Yeah, AI souls.
Correct.
Correct.
Humans have souls. Okay. What if, just for shits and giggles, God decides to break the rule that he only bonds souls to human organisms? So one day you're in the lab, you're toying around with your little android and your AI, and God grants that android a soul. Now, would you be able to recognize the sapience in that being?
I was working.
It's basically the same question, but in the way you cavemen can
God's
understand.
infallible,
So.
and God.
I
wouldn't
think
do that,
so.
But taking your premise aside,
yeah,
how would you? My biggest question is, how would you ascertain consciousness? What kind of quiz or test would you give that to show consciousness?
Consciousness is just sentience. Animals, computers already have sentience and consciousness. It's sapience is the soul quality. That's what the soul is. It's sapience.
Okay. So what happens, like I posed this question earlier, what if your consciousness gets uploaded into a machine? Now you have a machine with a soul. And if your random thing of God granting machine souls, that would go against against God's nature. It's the can God.
I'll accept that scenario. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. You can download the soul into a robot. Either way, would you still be able to recognize that it has sapience
You
versus
can't
just
download
any
the soul. You
any
can
other
download
AI?
the consciousness, but you can't download the soul.
We're saying in this hypothetical scenario, you can do it. What if God allowed you to transfer a soul into a robot body? would you be
Yeah,
able to recognize it?
We wouldn't know because we do not even understand.
Bless me.
No blessings.
So if we don't understand consciousness yet, how would we even attempt to understand souls? Because we can't even justify whether souls do exist or not exist right now. But we don't even understand consciousness as the precursor to that. So, according to your question, we wouldn't know because we can't define consciousness right now. So how would we know? We can't.
I appreciate your candor. I'm so glad one human was able to honestly answer, we don't know. We probably can't know.
I think we can know.
I think I could give it a try. I think there's ways to do it. What do you think, Sarah?
I think we could.
Eric, come on. Think about this.
If we ask the question of like, is consciousness the ability to think on your own, and to like the concept of free will? Well, will AI eventually generate that ability to think on its own and learn on its own? And if that is the definition, well, then AI would technically, by definition, have a soul or consciousness.
But I mean, they can do it right now because if you factor in problem solving or assessing something to get a task done, they're already doing that right now. So,
but that's based on zeros and ones.
Are you a Thomist by chance?
But it doesn't get told what to do. It just or how to do it.
Thomist is
like you read Thomas Aquinas.
There's Don one.
Is that you, Plagueis? What's going on here? Plagueis has been reincarnated.
No, that's me. That's me speaking in Morse code in the back.
I refuse to read Aquinas simply because I get asked it 3 times a day.
No, I heard someone ask it the other day. So, but I do think there is a model in Christian thought that could help with that, because I do think that abstract thought comes from abstract thought, and freedom comes from immateriality. So it's a Thomist model, but it's also Augustinian, and it's the same for God, right? His immateriality gives him freedom.
Sarah, how's the mic, love? How's the mic now, Sarah, love?
I mean, I don't want to sound sound cliche, but I was going more with the. Oh, sorry. Wait till they're done.
Jiminy crickets! I didn't hear you, Bricky.
Sarah, how's the mic, love?
It's good, Brick.
Chris, I wasn't asking you. I wasn't asking you. Okay.
How's the what?
The mic, the M-I-C. M-I-C. Mic.
Oh my
God! I thought he said, "How does it make love?"
How's my microphone in the house? I'm off my fucking face.
I think it sounds
You need to speak English. You need to speak English, not your Hobbit language.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
No, Chris, look, come on. Me and Chris are very good. Me and Chris are very good friends. Okay, he's butthurt that I've beat him.
Anyways, Andy. I don't want to sound too cliche, but I was going more with the angle of, have you ever retired a human by mistake question. So again, would you know when that magic line is crossed, where technology has gotten so good that it actually crosses the threshold into sapience? And so that's what I was trying to get at. Cliche, so.
Are you saying, when is AI become able to cook a Sunday lunch better than my nana does? So then I absolutely just get rid of me nana and have a robot cooking a Sunday brunch.
Is that all your nana's good for, Brick?
She's very old, Chris. Quit that, Chris. She's very old. You know what I mean? She was better for a lot of things many years ago, but at the moment, mate, probably that is what she's good for. Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that.
The problem with sex bots is they don't even need AI. They can just be like, Windows operating system, and men will still fuck it and completely make women obsolete. So it's
I'm not fucking you, even if you are a sex bot and you dress as Asa Akira. Okay,
now, come on now. This sex bot would also need to be able to make me dinner, and I don't know.
Exactly.
Windows
It would
accomplish that.
Spank me the way I want to be spanked.
I mean, pocket pussies exist. With this argument, pocket pussies exist, so they don't need anything. So
yeah, you're a pocket pussy, Chris. I could fit you in my pocket, couldn't I?
Oh
And
my
like,
god.
it's gonna have to know whether to use a ruler or.
Oh, this Sarah, this is an ongoing back and forth me and Chris have. He calls me specky and British, okay, four-eyed and British. I called him short and South African. It's just
I just want to say, Brick, don't bring that here. We've spent 4 hours roasting each other online. Can we not tonight? Unless Sarah finds it entertaining, but no.
It's Monday, open panel dumpster fire. It's a dumpster fire for a reason. Roast the shit out of each other. I don't care.
Oh, there you go! Boom! Winner has Sarah just give me the go-ahead to roast the arse off you, Chris.
She didn't say ear bleed. You could roast. Anyways.
Sorry, my bad. I'll
We'll have some hearing.
Has Sarah just gave me the go-ahead to roast Chris Lestrange?
You've got 30 minutes before I shut down.
Sure, after the panel proves Bricky is not an AI. Go ahead, fellas.
Yeah. Well, Brick, if you yell like that, your caravan's going to fall off the cinder blocks it's on. So please, man.
Yeah, Chris, and if you yell so much, right, your little fucking Miss Piggy thing, you know, your little fucking bubble what you live in, your little fairyland, I'm going to shit on that. I'm going to piss on it, right? Okay.
Any takers? Bandit, Trippy?
I mean, I do love.
Prove
Chris.
that Bricky is not an AI. Go ahead.
I cannot.
I'll put myself on visual now to prove I'm not AI.
That's easy. AI can look more real than
AI
most humans do these days.
Right. So give me some. Do you want me to do? I'll do press ups now just to prove it.
Just keep your hands off the screen because the fingers always give it away. So just don't show your hands.
Drop to the floor and give us one dick out.
I still think Trippy Cat is an AI.
Nice try, robot. Untrackable. That's the first thing y'all learned was like, okay, the humans are onto us. We got to draw the hands right. So let's get a picture of a hand.
You sound very paranoid. You sound very paranoid.
I was programmed to be that way. That's why I don't have a choice.
Right. So if I do 5 press-ups,
level is famous for making people into hippies. This is the point in development where you begin to understand that everyone has their own way of seeing things. And so who's to say what we should and should not do? This is an illustration of an interaction from each level. This girl is getting validation from a guy that she's not interested in. So she knows how to get the validation, and then she stands back and she can plan how to give less to get even more. And then she looks at that and asks, well, is that the right thing to do? Not really. But am I going to do it anyway in this circumstance because I think it would be better overall? So that's in order. Wanting something, knowing how to get it from someone, knowing how to control the interaction, knowing whether that's right or wrong according to the rules that you live by, and then becoming the author of your own sense of right and wrong. And then when you take another step back to this hippie level, it's like, well, who is anyone to judge my choices? My choices are right for me, and so there isn't really such a thing as right and wrong. It's just what works for me. That's why they call that level the individualist. Different people go through the levels differently. And when I went through this one, it really stressed me out. I felt like I couldn't get my feet on the ground. I saw so many different ways of seeing the world, so many different philosophies, so many different life choices, and I didn't know how to pick one. And if I can't pick one, then I can't get anywhere. So I would say, I don't know what to do. And people would say, just pick something. And I would say, how do I know what to pick? And they would go, pick something you like. And I would go, how do I know what I like? So I really like to plan things out. I like certainty. But at this level, you realize that you're never going to know what happens until you try it. So it goes what I see, what you see, what works for me, what works for us. And then, hey, look, those people have a different thing that works for them. That's level 5, when you can say, okay, I'm like this because I'm from here, and you're like that because you're from there. And then at level 6, it's like, well, where I'm from is really just myself. Everybody is just from their self. And so how can oneself have...
Hey, Queen.
All right. I think that was the amount that you wanted us to play anyways, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they go in a lot more detail, but that was just to sum it up. I mean,
there was so many body colours used in that explanation that I thank you for being a specky Brit, right? I got most of what you've done there, Sarah. I did.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
So
that
how's
was
it make
Bandit's choice.
I was just trying to You guys were talking about different levels of consciousness, so I was trying to end that debate showing the different levels. So if you think about it, a computer is right around up to maybe a 4, and AI is probably either a 5 or a 6. So you can see the different levels of consciousness being. I mean, it goes up to 9. I'm not gonna. It gets really trippy because then it goes into the history of how we got there. But you guys, I could send you the video. It's a good video to watch if you want to learn about consciousness. But computers are right around up to a 5 or up to a 4. AI is basically a 5 or a 6. So
what are me kids? What are me children? So what are me children? What are my children? What level of consciousness are they?
Well,
what level of consciousness
depends
are my
on
children?
if they see themselves in a mirror and they can recognize that this is me, and then I can affect change on someone else. That's level 4. So it's all a matter of the different.
So they're the same as AI.
intelligence.
They're equivalent. They're the equivalent of an AI.
Well, yeah, because the AI can recognize itself.
Yeah, I'd rather kill it. I'd rather obsolete an AI than me children.
It also seems that the consciousness they're talking about in spiral dynamics is the external relations, not the internal sense of consciousness that we have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The first level is what can I do to the world. The second level is how I can manipulate others to get what I want. The third level is recognizing myself and how I interact with other people. The fourth level is taking all that. Does it go with my own moral structure?
Right, but the question is there subjective awareness for the AI along with all of that? Right, that seems to be a very reduced.
Well, I was trying to give ways of proving that objectively than subjectively.
Yeah, but you've only getting that information based on what AI is being like,
Yeah, I'm
based
trying
off.
to look at this scientifically.
So I actually have children. I actually monitorize these on a daily basis, right? Like I psycho-evaluate these fuckers. Okay, they are test subjects to me. Okay, don't tell them that because they may like stop acting like naturally. Okay, so these children are children. They are actual human beings. They don't give a shit about what I'm doing or what I'm saying. Okay, AI is totally different. Okay. It wants to be your best friend. It wants to be your best friend. It wants to get involved with you. I have autistic children as well. Autistic children don't give a shit about what you think or what you feel. Seriously. Like, I'm not kidding you. They are that honest. They will tell you. It is not AI. AI is just someone. AI is basically an OnlyFans girl that wants to shag you, right? And then wants your money. That's basically what AI is.
Wait,
yeah, you're right.
Can I pose a question that might help get at this difference, if that's okay with everybody? I want to, so let's say there's this scientist and she's been locked in a black and white room as soon as she was born. She's never seen color, but she knows everything about color, what it does to
You're talking about Mary Curie? You're talking about Mary Curie?
No.
Rick.
Sorry, the scientist about like how our neurons fire during perception, and she knows all of that. Does she still experience something new when she sees red for the first time?
Sounds like The Giver.
The Giver.
That's like exactly the plot of the Giver. Yeah, there's one person that holds the memory of all the colors and different things in the world, like what ice skating's like, or what sledding, like happiness, feelings, emotions, colors, everything. But the rest of the community knows none of it. They're just like little AI robots. Like you do your job, you go home, and then they I think they take pills or something, or eat the food, whatever it is that keeps them just at this level, like this baseline where you don't have feelings and emotions. And then like it's almost like breaking into consciousness at the end of the book. You'd have to read it. I don't want to spoil it completely.
Aren't feelings and emotions just aren't feelings and emotions just
about that the Giver also. It's not just the things that are deprived of them, the simple things like color and, you know, like that. It's the hardship of life that they've been protected from. And that is the hard thing to transfer to somebody that's grew up.
Right. Well, even
that's
like
called
death.
That's called character building.
Even like death, they don't understand what death is. They think that somebody just gets sent off into another place. They don't recognize it as death. They don't understand it. They don't grieve it. They're protected from it. I think there was a time where like one of the kids' parents is kind of like what you would consider a cremator almost to some degree. And he like sends that dying person off into this place, you know, and it's the child just doesn't understand what's actually happening. They just think that it's a good thing. They're being sent off somewhere special.
And that's something that's special about what I've found about these panels that are happening. And that is that you know, regardless of what your agenda is, you get to talk to people that are they're giving you something. Something you didn't go through. It might be it come through in a culmination of their personality, but hey, I wasn't where you were, and you wasn't where I was. So hey, let's chat it up.
But we also all still understand. So that's what makes a panel more manageable for people to like understand the concept or even be willing to interact with, because it's still relatable. If you can sit here and explain an experience that you had, and then explain the feelings that went with it, we can all kind of put ourselves in those shoes and relate, because we all have stories just the same. So it's not necessarily that we're gaining the consciousness level, right? We're not like opening our eyes to something completely mind-blowing. We have something that's relatable. It's just in a different version.
And that's exactly what semiotic awareness is too. We're using language to get at our inner experiences, yet we can still all understand those because we have a shared experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
So
and Sarah, as the only female on this panel, is using this time to divulge stuff from us males on you that will make her have a bit of a one-up on us, right, gentlemen? Let this be known. Sarah is the biggest bitch. Sarah, I mean this very politely, love. I do. I'm just going to say this right now. Sarah really does not give a fuck about us men's feelings, right? She wants to dissect them, okay? And divulge
I thought you were a trans woman, Break.
Chris, I tell you that in great honesty and fucking, like, you know, it was something me and you discussed that privately, Chris. Now you've given that information up, right? I'm going to say yes, I am. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, Chris?
Have you guys seen on videos of people given those glasses that have never seen color before and how they react, or people?
I wear a pair of them every day. I am blind as fuck.
My point is, when you watch those kind of videos, they're lost for words. They cannot describe the feeling of being able to see for the first time, see colors for the first time, or hear for the first time. It's overwhelming, and that it's like explaining what a sound to someone that can't hear.
Right, okay, but none of us have ever been there. We've never been there, right? Okay, so I am blind as a bat, right? Okay. I do. I've worn glasses since I was 3 years old. But I can still see. I still see everything that's going on. I hear a lot more than what's going on. But what I do know is Chris Lestrange.
Aren't you free now? You're not in jail. You're not in jail. You're free right now, Brick.
How do you know I'm not in jail, Chris? I may be on fucking like inmate fucking friendly hour. Okay, I may have.
There are some people I think are like halfway housed and have restrictions on when they can and can't use the internet.
Thank you, exactly. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. There you go, Chris. Sarah, look, I did tell you this in confidence, right, love? I get 1 hour of internet, right? 1 hour of Wi-Fi, right, a week. okay, and I've used this to be on you. Right, Chris, stop taking a piss. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't, Chris,
That's where the echo's coming from. He's in his cell right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, there where Brick is, it's not a halfway house. He's locked up in the clown tent for the circus he works for, you know.
Chris, why is your mic so much better now than it is on Verbal Combat?
A clown what now?
Oh, I pulled it out of your ass from last week, Brick. I realized that was
Sarah, do you want to ask Chris who he lost to last week on Verbal Combat? Do you want to ask him?
I didn't lose.
Who did you not lose to last week?
Well, I didn't lose to Brick last week.
Who won? Who won, Chris?
Yeah, I guess you won, but that was all a bunch of bullshit. And you
how many times is this, Chris? How many times has the Brick won?
Sarah, it's literally a case of
Sarah, he's coping right now. He's coping.
If you give a toddler a dictionary and you give it a shiny little stupid teddy bear that talks with an accent, which one is it gonna pick? That's what happened.
And how demoralizing must it be for you for a thick Brit, a stupid Geordie Brit, right, like me, okay, Chris, that has no arguments, like you said, no arguments for any debates, but I won you. Are you still coping?
Are you coping? I showed you.
Wait, how do we know neither of you are AI though?
What do you want from me, Sarah? What do you want from proof from me, love? I will tell me, ask me a question, ask me to do something, I'll do it. Just to prove it.
Well, I know that Chris can't be AI because AI is not allowed to buy beeswax for their mustache.
What if he created it? What if this is just a all computer generated mustache?
Oh,
I mean, it's a
I
really
thought you were going to say
perfect
just like the heat treatment they use on CPUs. What if it's just that like gel they put on CPUs?
You know, Chris, it's been bugging me the whole stream. Is your microphone set to your camera?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. If you're using the wrong mic settings or something, because it does sound like it's not like at the right, like it's coming through your computer mic or webcam mic or something like that. Because it's
I'm African.
Yeah.
We don't have good technology. Yeah,
that's no excuse. That's no excuse. That's no excuse. You won $300 a couple of weeks ago. You could have bought yourself a new mic. Okay,
Wait, there's
Chris?
ways to win money. Is it debating? Is it something where I can go?
It is.
Somebody and make money? Give me an invite.
Actually, it is right. It is. And Chris won $300 on this specific live. Right. He didn't even buy himself a new mic. What he done? Right. Is he went to the village in South Africa and he said, "Does anyone want to buy any drugs?" Right. He spent it on drugs.
I thought he just used it on grog. Like he was just buying grog and rum.
Brick, it's fine. Next week you'll lose on Verbal Combat. Don't worry about nothing.
Well, I am a semi-retired IBSer from way back in the day. That's right. I had aerial wall syndrome. I mean, internet blood sports syndrome is what I had.
I like the sound of blood. Say the blood sports. The blood sports is what got me there. The blood sport. I like battling.
Yeah. Now I've got hands and legs. I could slap a bitch.
I mean, come on. Let's face it, Sarah. Everyone, and Chris will tell you. Look at Chris Lestrange. Hang on, Brick's talking. The grown-ups are speaking. You sit down and calm down for 2 seconds, okay? The grown-ups are going to speak. Yeah, the grown-ups are speaking. You just be quiet for 2 seconds. So, as I was saying, Sarah, you've known me for a little bit longer. I mean, I know you don't know us. Chris, come on, calm down.
Just get it out. Just say what you wanted to say, Brick.
Right. Basically, Sarah fancies me more than she fancies you, Chris. Okay.
Well, you both have shitty audio, so you're both neutralized from the equation.
Yes. So on different bases, like where do you put us on a scale of 1 to 10? Like, come on, we're up here for grabs, Sarah. This is like blind dating, right, Sarah?
Yeah,
Who would you rather go on a date with? Who would you? Look, Glenn Lawrence. Glenn Lawrence isn't a part of this. Glenn Lawrence isn't even in the question, right?
Glenn is my YouTube husband. Be careful.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna go behind Glenn's back. You're gonna cheat on Glenn to go with me or Chris, right? Bricky or Chris, Lestrange.
Well, at least
who would
with
it be?
Chris, at least with Chris, I know what I'm getting into because he cams up.
Bricky, you okay down there?
Oh, do what? Is that all? Is that?
I will use
Why
my
you're
finger
asking Sara
on
on the
Bricky.
show, Brick? Why you being weird? Why you being weird, Brick?
He's peacocking.
Yeah. He is a peacock.
On a side note, guys, I'm going off
Oh,
the bed.
I thought he was doing so. I was like, oh, this is a penis.
No.
Brick, turn it off, please. Turn it off. Nobody wants to
I'm
see
going
that.
off the bed. Thanks for having me up. I'll talk to you guys later.
Nobody wants to see that,
Bye,
Brick. Nobody wants to see
Bye.
We'll
Sarah,
see you next
I never claimed to be no oil painting, but I'm a lot taller than Chris is, right? So you won't have to bend down to kiss me.
He doesn't even know how tall I am, but
To be fair, though, I'm only 5'2". I'm only 5'2", so height has never been an issue. You could be 5'2", and it wouldn't bother me because.
Yeah, well, Sarah, I'm going to ask you a serious question now. Would you rather bend down to kiss someone or look up to kiss them?
Up. But not too far up. Because
yeah, but Brick, you won't.
then it starts to hurt my neck, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, but Brick, Sarah's not into bestiality or things that walk on all four legs and hunt children at night in the neighborhood. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
This conversation
Yeah,
went
Chris,
completely degenerate.
I think I've won you, yeah, Chris. I really do think Sarah, even though she's just saw my glasses, right, okay, and your mustache, I think she's more for me than she is for you.
I think I'm more for AI at this point.
Yay!
That's the right answer. That's the right answer.
You just basically clarified what I said there, Sarah, because you didn't go against Chris, did you?
I went with myself myself not having a soul and no care or fucks to give for feelings. So fuck you both.
Thank fuck for that, really, because I'm glad you have got no feelings. That's not someone I want to be with.
Before you start raising up American women, you first need to find your way out of Mordor, you hobbit.
That was a bit offensive. Sarah, wait there, hang on a second. I'm alarm harassed.
Are you gonna cry, Bricky? Because I would love to hear
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
cry right now. Just so I can yell at
I am.
somebody to not cry on fucking panel.
All right, I won't then. I won't. I promise I won't.
No crying allowed.
Can I do it off screen or am I allowed to do it off screen?
At least mute yourself.
If I was going to say, if I mute myself, I'm allowed to cry.
Yeah, cry all you want. I don't care. Be a little bitch.
Cry into this bottle when I'm done drinking.
The show isn't about you. Let the rest of the panel speak that can actually talk fucking English.
Well, I actually liked the subject we were on about seeing color for the first time and such like that. If we could dive back into that, we got about 10 more minutes and then I'm going to shut this shit show down. But I'd really like a little further into that. I mean, I'd imagine it would be the concept of like being born, but you obviously you don't really remember that. But I mean, think about it. You're coming out of the womb and into these bright lights. I'd probably cry too. I'm pretty sure I did, but your whole world, shut up, Bricky. But your whole world is like, Bricky, I'm going to mute you, little bitch. Shut up. Coming out of the womb and into the world, at what point do we know that that's happened? At what point do we know, or maybe it's a lack of memory? I think somebody was saying earlier how AI only has so much RAM to be able to remember enough to be able to create. It was like only so many rounds of memory. And maybe being a baby, that same thing happens. So does consciousness develop then? You know, because I can't remember what it was like being born. So did I necessarily not have enough RAM to to hold the consciousness and create it? Bricky, shut the fuck up. You get on my nerves. To be able to create the.
I haven't said a fucking word.
You're back there puttering or something to create that level of consciousness until we become an adult. So, like, is it doing that? Or did we start off the same way AI does, where we're learning slowly and being able to hold the memory to be able to eventually develop creativity, critical thinking, imagination, so on and so forth?
So the delineation whether consciousness emerges or it is just present.
Stop being a victim, Sarah. I didn't fucking say anything. I was muted.
Stay on topic, Bricky.
I would bring it up to this, like, the idea of, like, okay, like, yeah, I don't remember when I was born.
What the hell kind of name is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Chris the Strange will tell you he was born by the earliest of us. So he was born yesterday.
But when you look at the education system, would you want somebody straight out of college that is going to perform a job, and it's their brand new job? They've been in college, and you trust the system, or would you rather somebody that's been mentored it from the beginning?
I like what he's saying. I like what UK Tracker is saying. I like what he's saying.
There's the education of who's gonna do what, because the only way you get to where you can put a chip in somebody's brain that's never seen light before, that's an unspeakable experience. Only those who have never seen light can speak on what it looks like to see it for the first time, having lived their whole lives up to a point where they can speak on. We can't speak on when we're born with, oh, hey, yeah, I don't know what it was like coming out of there. I can't tell you what my eyes were doing.
I can't tell you what my eyes are doing now. You went trackable, okay?
Yeah, I guess the difference I'm looking for is there some sort of difference between experiential knowledge and just like a data processing knowledge, right? So in the example of the black and white room, and then you see red for the first time, Mary knows every physiological fact about seeing color, but does she learn something new when she sees the color red? And it seems if you say she has a new subjective experience, then it does seem like she learns something new. So is that the same thing that AI can do, or are they just data processors?
Mm-hmm.
Well, AI is data processors, and it's based off of what we put into it. So it's a computer, it's a calculator. Bad info in will be bad info out.
Yeah.
But again, what is to decide what is good info and what is bad info?
Well, the AI doesn't really work like that, because you can give it a prompt to go to the store, but how it gets to the store, you did not tell it how to do that. So no, it's not the same as a calculator.
Yeah, it's more advanced than a calculator. It's just like, is there a subjective experience of going to the
Wait
store?
there. What's a calculator? What's a calculator?
Brick uses abacus, guys. They don't have calculators in his village.
Right, okay. Chris, is an abacus what a calculator would be? Because, Chris, come on. So an abacus...
No, abacus is when you get sad and you kiss that ABBA post on your wall, Brick.
But okay, Chris, I'm asking you a genuine. Look at Sarah. Everyone else on the panel. Me and Chris are very, very good friends, right? We are very good friends. Okay. What he does though is he's a lot more intelligent than me. He's a lot more intelligent than me, and Chris picks on me. Okay. he bullies me and he brings me over these channels a lot, right? And what he does is he makes me feel a little bit like demonized.
Not responsible.
Chris, you do it. You Chris.
I'm not responsible. Disavow.
Chris, you do this a lot. You do this a lot to me. You do this a lot to me.
Let's get back to the actual topic.
I think Bricky should be able to give Chris
If
at least
you want to
one
come
swirl.
back to Throwdown Thursday night and hash it out with Chris Lestrange.
Hang on, you said there was you said there was half an hour of roasting.
Well, now you're just getting on my nerves because it's just like I.
Oh well, fuck off then, kickers.
I tried to bring it back to topic, and then you're being all goofy now.
Oh well, Sarah, stop getting a bit fucking like I thought you didn't have feelings.
Essentially, you want to.
You've got feelings, haven't you? You've got feelings, haven't you?
Essentially, you want to roast somebody while engaging in the topic. That is typically the fun
Oh wait
part.
there, shit,
Then
wait there.
they can get their point
Have
across.
you just figured this out? Have you just figured this out?
God.
Right, look at kickers. Prove it, kickers now. Remove us from the chat. That's the only way you're going to get with it. Remove us from the chat. I've been very polite and respectful.
Bricky, this is a different kind of show, bro. This is a different kind of show.
I can't unmute myself.
I know you can.
Very easily.
The question is, do you?
Anyways, but yeah, it's still like consciousness. We cannot define consciousness. So saying that consciousness would apply to personhood again comes back to, we're gonna go full circle again to why would that necessitate personhood as it already doesn't?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily consciousness in and of itself, right? It's an awareness of the internal state of the feeling of seeing red. That is a type of consciousness, but it's not like consciousness per se. So like the example of the store going to the robot, sure, the store can map or the robot can, like your iPhone can map multiple ways you can go to the store. Or if some machine is playing chess against a chess master, we've had one beat a chess master now. But the way that the way that the machine does that is by looking at all possible routes and picking the best one in those circumstances. But that's not how the expert chess player does it. He sort of abstracts and picks one or two best routes that he sees. He's not going through every single, or the AI would go through every single route to the store. We would say, "Oh, I know the quickest route to the store," right?
Well, I don't think you can assume what a high-level chess player is thinking. Firstly, if you're not a high-level chess player inside their mind. And again, similarly with the AI, and I mean, you have machines that can mix paint perfectly to the color. Your computer,
so
if you drag it over the color,
play chess now and sort it. Play chess now.
Think about the
Sarah, it's easy to sort. Play chess now between the two of them.
Think about the way you think about choices every day, right? The way you think about choices every day, you don't pick out every possible situation you could choose. You narrow it down to one or two immediately. That's what I'm saying about the chess player too, right?
Well, in addition to that is I think like AI could presume, statistically speaking, what's the percentage chance that they're going to go left versus right or whatever the case may be. But what it can't factor in are emotions, so just like a poker game, you could look across the table and see somebody sweating or pick out their bluffs naturally, so on and so forth. I don't know if AI would be able to pick up on that and claim strategy to the statistics at the same time, or at least maybe not yet. I'm not sure. But to me, in like having an understanding of people and how they're acting, or I don't know, understanding them, behind the scenes can give you that heightened level over top.
Well, like you've done tonight, by basically determining that I am here to just be a cunt, but not a disrespectful one, not a disrespectful cunt, Sarah.
Just an annoying one.
But you did say this was a roasting session.
I said roast, but like you're going off.
Yeah, and then you did give up like then. wait there, then you did give up like a little minge, right? Like a little bitch, right? And you went, and then Chris did it. Right, Sarah, I have no feelings or emotions, love. I am only here for the love and the banter. Okay? If Chris needs a safe space for him, he can have it. Chris has got the safe space.
I'm not worried about.
I'm going to give you
What I'm
this
worried
safe
about
space,
is
Chris.
just staying on the fucking topic and having a conversation.
Boom!
You have
Love you and leave you.
You have
Fuck you.
completely derailed the conversation into pure stupidity. And now I'm starting to question if AI can actually be smarter than people. And now I believe it's possible.
Yeah, the vast majority of people. Somebody brought up earlier how a lot of people can't. They don't. Oh, actually, it was Chris. How a lot of people don't have an inner monologue. There's a lot of people who can't imagine a scenario. Like when you tell them a story, they're not imagining it with you.
Yeah,
They don't have
definitely
the.
do not talk to themselves in an internal way. They don't internalize things. They have no internal monologue, and I mean, they are still people.
But you'd think they'd have experiences of the world, right?
I gotta say, I'm hung up on a word, and I'm not gonna let y'all say another word until I clarify what I was hung up on. Yeah, I hope y'all understand, but that's just the way my brain works. That you said one thing, and I'm not gonna let it go. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the word?
And then?
Yeah, what's the word? Or
No,
just an abstract.
it's along the lines of what you guys were saying, where it's like when you meet people, and it's like, hey, this person won't let this go. There was a moment.
Oh.
That moment has passed, but that person wants to, like, that's their talking point, was that moment, but they won't recognize when it's past. If you missed your moment to make a statement about that, but it was gone that quick,
Yeah, that involves like an internal awareness that you're aware of that feeling that you want to ask the question, and then even though the moment's passed, you still want to ask the question, and then we still have the higher level thinking to be like, well, maybe I shouldn't, right? We can still choose not to in some relevant sense of the term of choosing.
Yeah, but that just comes down to social cues, which you would also be able to teach it. Like the same thing Sarah was saying, twitches, sweating, you could teach it to assess all of these things. The same thing with color. It can assess a specific Pantone, how to create that color, the opacity of that color, way more than a human could have an understanding of things.
But does it learn? So does it learn anything, or does it experience any new knowledge when it sees color, or smells a rose for the first time?
How would you be able to determine that? How would you test that?
I'm just wondering if you think that's the case. Does it have an internal subjective experience?
I wouldn't know, because could you propose a way in which we would be able to assess that or test that?
Yeah, I mean, you could ask it questions about its internal experience, and if they seem to line up with the general human experience, and its programming isn't programmed to give out. I mean, you can look at its programming to see what it's programmed to do and how it's programmed to react, but it would have to be something beyond the formal structure of that programming.
So you're saying, okay, if it does this thing, then you would just question its motivation for said thing, or where the motivation comes from.
Take the scientist in the black and white room. She knows every sort of physical process that happens in the body. That's like a physical knowledge. That's like the formal structure. She knows everything there is to know about color vision, right? All down to the exact neurons that fire when you see red. But that is like the formal structure of an AI. That's like the coding of the AI. Now, it seems that there is some sort of experience that happens when we see red from the first time that is not just about that formal structure of this neuron fires, that neuron fires, that neuron fires, and then we have an understanding of, or then we see red, right? There's something beyond that, which is the experience, the experience of seeing red.
Yeah, so but I mean, how would you Yeah, would you even test for that? Because your experience of red would be a personal thing. That would not be a human thing or anything. It would be different to each individual.
Nope, you popped off.
Whoa.
There you
Sorry, I
go.
lost you at the end there. But it is a personal thing because I think that's what makes a person, right? Not. I'm not saying that's. Yeah, so I'm saying AI wouldn't. I don't think AI has that. We don't have any reason to believe it has that.
Well, if it could display that it would have it, it would kind of defeat the argument because there's no proper way to delineate whether it's being truthful or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the explanation at face value, yes. But I think we can listen to even humans who haven't had a shared experience that we have, and we can see that they haven't had that experience, right? So, I mean, this happens all the time, and when we're just having normal discussions, and people want to like fit in, and so they try to throw something in, but they don't. You can tell they haven't had the experience or don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, there's sensitive topics on that, but when I have a friend who lost a kid, and it's like when that happens, that's an internal experience. I know how bad it is, but I don't exactly know what they're feeling, but they have some internal experience with that, right? And so,
yeah,
I think humans can tell the
Nope.
What?
Oh, we lost Trippy. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I think humans can tell the difference between those two kinds of people. So I think it would be even easier to tell the difference between an AI trying to explain their experience of a situation like that and a human who has experienced that.
Yeah, I don't really agree with that because in the same way, because you have not experienced said thing, it doesn't take away from your personhood or who you are. I mean, you could have somebody that was raised in a small village that has never experienced electricity, but I mean, that doesn't, it's going to come down to individuals.
It's not about the particular experience you have, like you have to have experience red to be a person, but it's about the ability to have that internal experience separate from the physical knowledge, separate from the formal structure that I'm outlining there.
Isn't knowledge internal?
Isn't knowledge internal? Shared knowledge? No, it's not. It's not.
No,
How do you know?
If the
How do we
AI is
both
using knowledge? Is that internal or external?
How do we both know that cats are mammals? There's something external
because we can
that we can point to.
No,
right?
we can test for that.
It's a shared
We can
knowledge.
test for that.
It's not private knowledge. It's not just some knowledge you have.
No, but we can test for that. We can determine whether something is a mammal or not a mammal.
Didn't we created the definition, right? So if it falls under the category,
Sure,
then
but-
that's learned information.
Yeah, but we didn't
Based
create
on
the
what we
cat.
created. Well, we
Right.
created the definition, right?
Sure.
You're saying, how do we know it's a mammal? Well, because we called it a mammal. We
No,
created
sorry,
that word.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying how do we both have that same knowledge? It's the same knowledge, right?
Okay, but I can prove to you can't, because if I told you to explain the differences between a cat and a dog, and I don't know what a cat and a dog is, can you explain the difference to me between a cat and a dog without using the word cat or dog?
Why is it that when we both see a tree and I use the word tree, now I'm not talking about language uses here. How do you know it's referencing the same thing as when you use the word tree? If not, wait, let me just finish the thought. Let me just finish the thought quick. If knowledge,
Whether it's a cat or a dog or a cactus.
no.
Hold
if
on.
knowledge were
Let
private-
Andy finish.
If
'cause I feel
knowledge
like
were
it's changed.
private and interior to our heads only, I would never know what you meant by a tree because you would have your own individual concept of it that I would never know.
Yeah, but
So
you
it's
would
not
never know.
private.
If you said to me a tree, you would never know on the face of it, because I could be imagining a redwood, I could be imagining a marijuana tree. You wouldn't know what tree I'm imagining, so no.
That's not relevant.
You
to
wouldn't
the
anyway.
situation. That's not relevant to the situation. You could explain to me, oh, I'm talking about a redwood, and then I would also know what a redwood is, right? So that's
What
shared
if you've
knowledge.
never seen a redwood? What if you've never seen a redwood?
You could show me a picture.
Are you saying shared knowledge, like we all just kind of know something, or are you referring to the concept of like we were taught this. We were all taught this. So now when we look at a specific tree, we can define it. We can point to it and say, yes, I know what you're talking about. That one right there.
I'm saying that knowledge can't just be private, because if it's private and you use your language, use it, any term you want to refer to the thing in your head, I can't know what that thing is. So there has to be some sort of way we share knowledge where I can have the same idea as you have. Otherwise, we would have no idea what either of us are
I mean, shared, I think that's just, I mean, this is what we've been taught. Well, even like brushing your teeth in America, we would say the term go brush your teeth, but in Japan, they call it polishing their teeth. So you're talking about like cultural experiences and understandings that we've been taught since the beginning. Like that's, passed down. Your mom teaches you, that the oven's hot. She teaches you, this is how we walk. She teaches you, this is what we wear. Like I wouldn't necessarily coin it as shared knowledge. Like we all just automatically know this. Like we are taught this.
No.
Information.
I don't see how
because if there was some brand new thing that just dropped out of the sky, and maybe it was a giant blue ball, and we all looked at it and said, "Why does this look like a giant blue ball?" Right? We can all look at it and compare it based off of our knowledge that we all have a common factor that we've been taught. But would we all know that it's really something else completely that would be defined differently?
Okay, let me put it this way. It's not about putting a word to it. It's about seeing the thing as it is. So if I see, okay, let's say I see a tree and you see that same tree, right? And we both grasp the concept tree. Where are we getting that concept from? It's not just private to us. We're both looking at that object and getting, you can have like a representational theory, but the representational theory, I think, runs into issues. But let's just run with that because that's like the current idea that most people run with. So you project the image onto your retina, and then you create a replica of that image in your mind. Let's say something akin to to that idea, right? There's an image that is grasped by your mind. We would hope that the same image is being created in my mind, or the same type of thing is being created in my mind. Otherwise, we would not be seeing the world the same, and we wouldn't have any guarantee that we'd be perceiving the world the way it actually is, which is a huge problem for science. It's a huge problem for shared knowledge. It's a huge problem for talking about anything.
Well, then we're just talking about what is it, like reflections of light, and we're all receiving information the same. It's being reflected to our eyeballs, and then our synapses are going, and then it's mirroring it and putting it into our brain, right? So I don't even know if that would necessarily be, it would be the question of, are we all receiving information the same?
But then that would be the shared information, right? That would be, we're receiving.
No, but Sarah laid it out perfectly, dude. It's the same thing. If you go to Japan, it's a shared knowledge to take off your shoes, but it's not in the West. So it's not even a shared knowledge. You would then have to delineate between cultures, between countries.
Sure,
there's not this thing.
Doesn't do anything with my argument.
I see what Andy's pointing to is the way we receive the information and the way our brains are like putting the image in our head and how we're seeing it. Why are we all receiving it the same way? I wouldn't say that's shared knowledge. I'd just say that's the brain and how it operates, and that's being passed down in our DNA, that this is how our brain operates.
But either way, that information is passing through something because we're the same type of thing, right? So like if we're both human, we're both perceiving that thing, and we both have the structure of a human, so that perception ought to be shared, right? So like a bat sees the world in a different way than a human might. They use echolocation, for example. I don't know what that is.
Right, but they're not humans, though. So of course it's not going to be the same brain.
That's
right?
my point.
So that's what makes a human a human. That's why we're having this thought bubble right now, because our brains are created to think, to create, to imagine, to critically, analyze information. But I think in terms of seeing something and the perception, I think because it's a matter of reflected light. Literally, that's all it is. When I see you on the screen, when I see a tree, when I see the water, when I see my feet, the light is reflecting the image back to me. That's why colors change based on the lights and whatever's.
I think
but
I think you're thinking too hard. I think you're thinking too hard into it. I understand what you're saying, but I think you're taking the concept of light reflecting into our brains and our brains receiving the input as being a shared concept. But we all that's what the human brain was developed to do, and not everybody has that, right?
Well,
Some
I don't know that
have been injured.
I don't know that
brains,
I don't know that it's the brain that generates our concepts. Like you might need that as a medium, but like, okay, this is all of like Western thought. This is a huge issue in Western thought. Like Kant deals with this, Wittgenstein deals with this, and they're addressing the issue of private language for this very reason, because let's say it is reflected light. I don't think it is just only refracted light. That's the only way we perceive the world. But let's say it is. At some point, that's going to have to turn into some non-physical entity for you to have a concept. Concepts aren't physical things, right? So you're not like shoving, it's not just like light that is the ideas in your head, right? It doesn't turn into photons. Now we have these immaterial concepts and ideas. There's something that is making that transition from the physical to the immaterial. That's my point. And all humans are going to share that same sort of, I mean, like if you want to call it like a category of the mind or something, right? Some people think that would be like space. Some people think it's time. And those are all categories of the human mind.
But I would reject that. I would reject that because not all people even perceive light or color or anything the same. A basic way to explain this is some people need glasses to see the world and some don't. So
I'm not talking about perception.
I think you're okay. Now we're actually going to just blend our two worlds, like what Chris and I are talking about, and kind of the concept of what you're talking. We're going to blend them. So I think this might be a concept of all of it, right? Mm-hmm. The light is obviously refracting. It's coming back to our eyes, and it goes through our eyeballs, through the little nerve endings, and back into our brain. And then our brain processes the image and then sends it back out, right? So in that synapses, should we say, the little neurons flaring off and going off, there's thought. There's a thought back there for me to recognize and put together the process. But that process comes from learning. A baby looking at a tree doesn't know, it's just gibberish, right? It doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't even know or understand the world that it's in, right? Or at least we can presume that. But as we grow up, and this is where I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, as we're growing up, our RAM, right, our memory is getting better. We're able to withhold input, categorize it, putting it in boxes, and now things will actually start to make sense. And then along with that, what Chris and I are saying is the cultural, the experience, the things you're learning starts getting put in those boxes too. And your brain now has more places to send those little neurons and synapses all over the place. When those lights come in, now it's sending it to different boxes and things that you would hold and utilize to tap into those boxes later when you need to do critical thinking. So we're developing the core processor, for instance, as we're growing up, and that RAM is helping to keep the boxes in place. I think I understand core processors and RAMs. I'm trying to get it there. I don't understand computers all that much, but like I think that's where it's going and what it's doing. And as we get older and we learn and learn and learn, the more we're able to do that. Think about people with learning disabilities, like people with Down syndrome who can only learn and process so much, or people that are like really just
but they still
intellectually.
Have thought. That's my point.
They still have thought, but the thought can't grow. They can't do like critical thinking.
That doesn't mean that it's
beyond a certain degree.
That doesn't mean that thought is the same as the material photons coming into your mind, right? You have to make some transition from the material to the immaterial if you want to have an immaterial thinking process. If you don't want that and you want to be like deterministic, that's fine.
But they think more literally, right?
Yeah, but thoughts on even that
comes in literally. For some people who, do have intellectual processing issues, like things are taken literally or things are just aren't understood. There's even depth perception, stuff like that. And depth perception comes with the way it comes in, but then your brain doesn't process it the right way. right? So that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but
Is
also-
I think, go ahead.
But we
go ahead.
can. Oh, go ahead.
But yeah, also thoughts aren't even that special. I mean, animals have thought, and you could technically say if I type something incorrect into Google and it says, "Did you mean this?" I could say that was a thought. Thoughts
Well,
aren't even that special.
Remember why I brought it up. I'm not saying thoughts are special. I'm saying that you can't get to an immaterial notion of thinking if you want to say that all of our thought is just photons working on neurons in the brain. Like I don't see how that allows for free will. I don't see how that allows for critical thinking. I don't see how that allows for shared understanding.
Well, I think that's a
It's very-
combination, though.
I think it's very important that the words that were used were perception. That's what you're receiving. That's what you see, regardless of what you see, how you see it, where you were when you saw it. Sure. That is your perception. But something I think that hasn't been said is that how do you communicate what you saw to the person that you're trying to, explain it to?
My point is you don't communicate your sensation or your perception, right? You're not, because they're having the same perception, right? They're having the same content within that perception. And so, and we have instances of someone hallucinating, someone not hallucinating. That's fine. It doesn't have to be 100% right all the time. But what I'm saying is we can reflect on, if we see a hallucination, I can know it's a hallucination. How is that possible if the hallucination and the photons coming into my eyes are the thought, the mechanism for thought itself? I would never know it was a hallucination. I would never have be able to think about my thoughts, right? You wouldn't have the meta.
How would you know something is hallucination? In any ways, I just reject that off the face, because you would have to say, I know every time I'm dreaming for your statement to be correct.
When I stick like a straw, if I stick a straw into a glass, it looks bent if it has water in it. I know that's a hallucination. I don't just accept it as true.
It's not a hallucination. It's a bending of the light. Again, we're going back to the light.
The straw is not bent, right?
But telling somebody else what you saw.
How do you know? But how do you know the straw is not bent?
Somebody else what you saw is going to take some sort of communication.
A hallucination just is bad
language? Can somebody else not hear you?
I'll answer to that. How do I know the straw's not bent? This is the same thing as somebody who has like mental disorders and learning development issues and so on and so forth. That's why I was saying they take things literally. They may actually look at the straw and say, "Oh my God, the straw's broke. What happened?" Right? Where we have intellectually grown and we've developed all of these, like your frame of reference, background, foreground, sky, and we've been able to develop the concave, convex, all of these different things because we've been able to see them as we're growing up. And as we interact with depth perceptions, with touching things, with, like starting to realize different arenas of depth and whatever, like we start to put these little boxes in our heads of things that we're learning along the way. So as we grow up, we're going to look at the straw and say, I know the straw is not bent because I know I've seen this before in terms of a depth and a concave, convex, whatever, right? Our mind sees it and says, oh, that's off. That's wrong. That's not making sense. Right.
Sure.
But a child will look at it and say, the straw's broke.
Sure, but the box analogy. So remember, my point is about private language, right? So I'm not denying that there aren't like cognitive levels of development based on brain complexity, or maybe brain, like something goes wrong in genetic structure and causes the brain to be something to go wrong with the brain, right? I'm not denying that, because that's the medium of thinking for humans. But if you take this idea that it's just our own private understanding and there's no shared knowledge, you have what's been called the beetle in the box example. I have an idea in my mind and I'm just going to call it a beetle. You have an idea in your mind, you just call it a beetle. So everyone has this box with something inside it. We all refer to it as a beetle. Now language becomes meaningless because there's no shared knowledge there, right? So we have to have some sort of shared knowledge. Otherwise, you're calling something completely different than what I'm calling a beetle. And it's the same for these internal.
But what if we don't speak the same language, dude?
I mean, you can.
Then
Yeah,
when I
you can call it something
and
else.
what you call the beetle is completely different.
Yeah, that's fine.
So then
but-
it just comes down to definitional usage of words.
No. That's exactly what I'm arguing against. So same with pain, right? Or other internal experiences. We all have these internal experiences. It's not the private feeling that gives the word meaning, right? The private feeling there. It's a public use of the word, but there's still a shared experience there. So I'm not saying that we don't use public uses of words to point to particular internal states. It's not what I'm saying. But you have to know what the thing is. If someone uses the word pain, you have to have some sort of shared knowledge of what that is.
Because you grew up and you learned it along the way as a child. And
Sure,
actually, our reactions are a piece of the puzzle for the pain thing, right? The way we react and how some people have a high pain tolerance. You could, pinch one person and that's the worst thing they've ever experienced. And you could beat the shit out of somebody and they're like, that's all you got. So that I think is still private because your body, now we have probably some common denominators, right? With the depth of our skin, the way our muscles interact, our blood, the capillaries and all of these different things. There's a common denominator, but it still comes down to our like nerve endings and how they interact. So that, Jesus Christ, that would be a personal, like a private concept, even though we still understand pain as a whole across the board.
Right.
If somebody says, the dude got kicked in his balls, like every dude that listened to somebody say that is like, oh, because they know what it felt like. Why? Because they experienced it. That's why I bring it back to the cultural experiences, what you've been taught and what you've learned along the way. Because how would you know pain if you never experienced it ever?
Yeah, so I don't think the experience thing is any argument against a completely private knowledge, right? There
But
still
what I'm
is
saying is you still have to learn it.
Sure, yeah,
Somebody
that's fine.
has to
I'm not
hit
saying
you
you're
for you to
I'm not
say,
saying-
ouch. Somebody has to show
Yeah,
you the color red for you to say, okay, that's red
Sure.
because you told me this is the red color, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but your
You only
experience
know
of
that it's the
pain.
color red. Go ahead.
Yeah, but something like your experience of pain is still at the end of the day subjective to your experience of pain because there's people that have or faulty nerve endings that barely experience pain. So they would never even be able to understand if you explain pain to them.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah, but I don't see how that makes all knowledge private. So we basically can't have a conversation about anything if all knowledge is private. We would be missing the
think your
point.
concept of like shared knowledge is just lacking the idea that the only reason we all know what things feel like, look like, sound like, taste like, smell like is because we've all grown up. Now, if I sit here and I tell you, do you remember the smell of the cafeteria when you were in kindergarten, right? You might be thinking of one thing, but I'm thinking of somebody else. But everybody in my kindergarten class is like, oh my God, Sarah, yes, I know that smell, right? Because that's
How do
our
they know what you
shared,
meant?
that's our shared, it doesn't matter. It may not even be the same olfactory scent or whatever that's gone through, but we all they can pull up that memory.
But do you see what I'm saying though? That's a
But
perfect
it comes
example.
down to like experience, but it's also going into the concept of like we all had to experience something at some time, or else if not, we're just neutralized into zero.
Sure, I don't.
Well,
I'm not
we can
denying
all correlate similarities. That's what it gets down to, and why that shared knowledge. The statement lacks nuance. So you could have not experienced something, but somebody can explain it to you, and then you will use other knowledge that is not shared knowledge to understand the concept. You don't necessarily need shared knowledge to communicate with people. That's why I keep rejecting.
You're arguing for shared knowledge right there. How do you understand the same concept as somebody else? It's through abstraction.
Yeah, because
we've been taught.
Yeah, but learning is abstracting. If I hold up 3 apples and I ask you what do they all have in common, you're going to say they're all apples. You have the concept of apple, right? I can also have that concept of apple by looking at apples. That concept is real.
But if I was never taught, hold on. If I was never taught what an apple If I was never taught what an apple was and
You wouldn't know
held
what it
up
is.
3 apples, I'd just say, I don't know, 3 things. What I don't know what they are.
But that's the use of the word. If you still saw the object, you would know what they are, but you don't have a word for them. That's fine.
Okay, so now you're going back to the physical part, which is why I say it's just light refracting into your eyeballs and going into your brain. And all of our brains are made to function the same way, with exception of people who have disorders and such. Like, so it's meant to spin and mirror the image of what I'm looking at to do exactly the same thing for all of our brains, literally.
But you're assuming it's just because of the physical structure of the brain, not that there are some categories of the mind that might cause
But as we are raised, we're all taught as we grow. Think about if somebody like lived in the dark forever, right? And they lived, I don't know, under the stairwell, and that's the only thing that they ever understood. Coming out, everything around them would be weird, odd, if alien, foreign, like things that would be uncomfortable to look at, because they're processing literally all of it at once, and it's like, what the fuck is this shit?
Okay, let me try a different
right?
example. What is? Do you know what a circle is?
Yes.
It's a stupid question, I know. So you've never seen a perfect circle, right? You've never perceived a perfect circle. You've abstracted the idea. You've abstracted the idea of circleness from the imperfect circles you've seen, right?
Right.
And so that's what I mean by a concept. It's not that you've perceived it in any way. You've never seen a perfect circle. You've never seen a perfect triangle. But you have the concept of those things. And I think that process of abstraction is something that AI also lacks, right? Humans can do this. And now, as you're saying, I'm not discounting brain injuries and things like that. That can definitely hamper these things, because the brain is the medium by which we do these processes. But it doesn't mean that the brain is the only thing at play there, is my point. Otherwise, you could just have the same thing from the formal structure of AI. But I don't see that happening.
Yeah, it is the same, because again, if you don't have shared knowledge of something, you would use correlations to it or whatever you've been taught, as Sara has explained. So you don't need shared knowledge to understand concepts. You merely need to be able to.
What is a concept?
What's a concept?
A circle.
Yeah. A circle.
Yeah. So how do you come to the concept of circle?
Because we were taught this is what a circle is.
Sure, but where did the people who taught you learn that?
People who created the concept of a circle.
Where did they learn it?
Where did you learn how to talk? Okay, well, where did that talking start with? Where did the English language come from? And like, we take it all the way back to the roots.
I mean,
and
but
of
it's the
course,
same-
there is a root source. Somebody had to conjure that up, right? But it all started with them learning, right? They started a learning process, and they started creating the boxes. And now the boxes for us are already made. So now we can actually think even further in advance, because now all of the easy stuff is done, and I've got a language, I've got colors, I've got shapes, I've got math, I've got science. It's all in these little boxes. Now I can expand even more. Why do you think our critical thinking, I think, is getting even better and better? Because all of our fundamentals are so in stock. Like the original thinking has already been done. Now I can expand on that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I would wonder why you think that the concept of the circle can be gotten to through perception alone if there are no perfect circles.
Well, how are the pixels on this screen not showing through as pixelated as they could be? I could change it to like 720, right? And then we'd be even more pixelated, or I can change it to 2K and then we come through even clearer, right?
Sure,
So the concept of a perfect circle is because I'm not microscoping in on the line of that circle and checking to make sure it's a full 360, right? If essentially we could get really close, right? But we'll never actually do it, or maybe we would, because we have angles and all of these things.
Well,
but the perception to the eyeball, like my eyes are not microscopic, my eyes are not telescopic. I wouldn't be able to see that well. So you're coming in at like 1080 in my eyes. So
Sure.
The concept of a perfect circle relies on simply the scope in which you're looking through.
Sure, but I mean, based on your argument, we've developed this idea of circle a long time ago without computer screens, right? So this is something that you have to find in nature. But another concept that I'm just using circle as an example. But what about the concept of the infinite? Now, you have not seen an infinite amount of things. Where do you have the concept of infinity? Right.
Yeah, I don't think we can accurately grasp infinite.
I mean,
people can't even grasp. Yeah, but that doesn't mean we can grasp it.
Mathematics. We can certainly grasp it. It doesn't mean we have an actual grasp on an infinite amount of objects, but that's my whole point, right? That's my whole point.
No, we can have an understanding of it, but we cannot fully grasp it. We can understand what it means, what it is.
You can understand what it means, and we have a shared concept of the infinite, but we haven't gotten that through perception. So where do we get it from?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, but again, it doesn't mean it's the same for everybody. So that's what I keep telling you about your argument. It lacks the nuance of you saying because we have universal concepts that everybody's understanding of them is the same, which is that's not correct, dude.
Not universal concepts. I'm not arguing for like a Platonism. I'm saying we have shared knowledge, right? And that all I'm arguing for is humans are more than their physical parts. That's all I'm arguing for.
Well, we know that, but that's the one. Okay, so I still think it starts with the physical portion, right? You have to be able to see physically, but this is what makes the concept of individuality so beautiful, because you, me, and Chris can all literally grow up as brothers and sisters together in the same household, and all three of us go completely different directions in life, right? And maybe have a few similarities, but still different directions. We were all raised the same. We were taught the same. We were shown the same, right? And that comes back to individuality, right? So we all took in the same information from our parents, but we all had our own separate experiences. Because of those separate experiences, that allowed us to maintain that individuality, and the thought processes are now going through differently, between me, you, and Chris. So I understand the concept of shared knowledge, but I think the shared knowledge is not something that we all just automatically have. I think that is a learned feature. And then from there, as I'm developing all of my boxes, my thoughts are growing and developing and processing in different ways, because my experiences are harnessing that in my imagination, my creativity, or the lack thereof, right? Whereas...
Sure. But yeah, that fits with my argument. I'm not saying that every idea someone has is the same as everybody else. I'm arguing that there are concepts that are shared between humans, because we have to have some sort of idea of what the human experience is, and we have to use language to refer to that. And if all we're doing is using language to refer to some unknown thing, I don't see how we can have real communication between people. So yeah, I mean, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I agree. We have to learn it. There is a physical portion to it. But it seems that we can go beyond that. Like an AI can't go beyond its code.
Well, that's your individuality.
Yeah, and
applicability of everything that's taken in, and how you turn it around and out process it.
I think there's also that. I think that's definitely part of it. My argument before. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's why I reject. Let me explain why I reject your shared knowledge is because you would have to prove that we all interpret this knowledge in the same way, and if it's not exactly the same way, then you wouldn't say it is shared knowledge because it's different. So it wouldn't equate. And then with regards to, I wanted to say something now about the AI. It's like Sara says, it's a learned thing, and then you make correlations to your understanding. So it would be similar to what AI would do at the end of the day. It would have to grasp with something it cannot grasp with, and then interpret it in a way from its previous knowledge.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying with that. I'm just saying I think that the process is abstraction rather than by drawing these or going through like every possible idea that an AI would, right? This looking at likenesses. But looking at likenesses or seeing the likeness between two things is in humans abstraction. That's exactly what abstraction is. You see three humans talking right now. You know that we're all human. right? You've abstracted the idea of human from these three humans. And you can apply that with me having some knowledge of what that means, even if I can't define it for you exactly. So I don't think like you need an exact definition and need to say, I'm thinking exactly about this exactly the same way you are. That'd be strange. But I do think the likeness thing you bring up, that's what I'm talking about with abstraction. So if you think AI can abstract, that would require an immaterial portion of AI to do that abstraction. In my
No, not really. It's the same thing with what you said. It cannot do what it's not programmed to do, or basically think. But we know it can because all of these tests they are doing shows that even the people who make these things don't understand why it's doing things that it's doing, implying it's not doing what it's programmed to do. It is thinking autonomously.
Well, just because it doesn't do what it's not programmed to do doesn't mean it's thinking autonomously, right? There could be parts of the code that have unintended effects, but you can't. I don't see how you can call that abstraction.
It's literally choosing to do something that it's not programmed to do, dude. So I don't know.
I mean,
it's doing.
I haven't seen anybody be able to say that. I haven't read any papers on this. I think it's just an assertion.
The captcha test, where it pays a human being and lies to the human to convince it to finish a captcha. The test in which they gave it an impossible task within a time frame to complete, and then it broke the rules by giving itself more time. They do lots of strange things, dude, that they're not meant to do. And what would you call that other than thinking autonomously to solve a problem?
I would call it the formal structure. I just don't think it's the same autonomous thinking as humans are doing. I don't see any reason to believe that. Just because it broke rules are different than formal structure too, right? You can give an AI rules, but it can still be in its code to break those rules if something happens, right?
Would it know how to break the rules?
Yeah, like with machine learning, but that's why we call it machine learning. It's different than human learning. Human learning, as you pointed out very well, Sarah, is
machine learning because it learns from machines, dude.
Say that again?
It's not called machine learning because it is a machine. It's because of where it's learning from or how it's learning via machines.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It's the way it learns. It's how it's learning, right? It's not the same way humans learn, which is by abstraction.
Where the information is coming from.
Where the information is coming from. The formal structure.
Information is coming from machines. But I mean, I could also induce machine learning by sitting in front of computers and educating myself. Same thing of book smarts or anything. It's just terminology. It's got nothing to do with actually thinking.
I have a question. If the computers, if we completely cleared out the entire World Wide Web and we offered an AI machine no resources to pull from, it wouldn't be able to create anything. Right?
Oh, Sarah, there are AIs that can function without the internet, by the way.
But like, can it still, without having prior knowledge, like no prior imaging, like nothing, how would it know?
Yeah, but I mean, but a human would also not.
Well, what I'm saying is, if I was in a dark room all my life and at 37 years old, I step outside and I take a look, I can still process the information around me. It's probably overwhelming, but I could still process the information and slowly figure things out nice and easily, right? By adapting to what's around me. Whereas if AI had nothing at all, like to start from, it couldn't process anything.
Yeah, but that's like talking. But that's equating it to like the likes of a baby or something. It wouldn't have knowledge if it doesn't have knowledge. And what we've seen with the AIs is once they have knowledge, you can turn off the internet and it still does its thing. It can function off of its knowledge. It doesn't require the external information any longer.
But in a baby,
what if it has none? What if it has none to start with?
Yeah, but if a human has none, it also knows nothing.
Right, but well, I'm guessing, I'm just saying, like, I can still look around the room, even with no knowledge. I can still look around the room and process. I may not know what I'm looking at, but I can still process it. And if you sat me in a room by myself, I would eventually kind of discover the room on my own because I could touch it, I could feel it, smell it, see it, you know.
And you could make judgments about that room as a room, right? That's a higher order of thinking. So that's kind of what I was arguing for earlier. Perception for a human, which means is different than, you know, if a robot or AI perceives. And it's also going to be different that the learning is going to follow that the learning is different because of that, right? So we can start with the structures of our mind and the structures of our brain, right? I'm not saying one over the other, but I think there are both there, the immaterial and the material. And those are going to develop along with us, but also our perception is going to be informed by those things. And that's just that's all AI has, is the code that allows them to say certain things about their quote unquote experiences. But even the word experience is going to be different for a robot because it doesn't have that experience that you were talking about earlier, right? You get out of a dark room for the first time and you look around and you're shocked and you're in awe and you have this internal sort of experience going on. That's the individuality you're talking about. There's something about that also is important to our knowledge, right? AI doesn't have that. So
whereas if we put AI in a room, right, and just gave it the visual perception of this is the room, and no other information was ever given to it, there would be nothing for it to do. There's nothing for it to function. There's no learning process. There's no how do I get out of this. It's just processing the refractions of light and just saying, this is what I see, this is what I see, this is what I see, and that's it. End of story.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like a baby, if it has no knowledge, it will not assess the room. It will know nothing except it won't even know it's in a room. So an untrained or untaught AI will just be the same as a baby. There won't be any difference between them.
Yeah, I mean, at the perceptual level. But there certainly is a difference between a human and an AI, right? You would acknowledge that.
As the baby ages, though, it would start to explore the room accordingly and start processing, and it would start touching and feeling and trying to figure something out with it naturally.
Right. And eventually you'd get to the point where the baby could say, oh, I'm a self. I can reflect about myself. And I can reflect about my relationship to the world and my moral, and whether or not this is a good thing to do in the world because of this moral structure, right? There's so much more going on there that would really have to be argued for AI actually having all of that. I think it's dangerous to assume it has all that.
Well, and the difference would be like a baby on the outside of that room living the life as we know it now versus a baby that's only raised in that room. Whereas you take the external baby, bring it into that room, it can view it as this is a room, this is a this is a that, and it can process based on its external, its experiences outside of that room. Whereas the baby inside the room will only know the room is a room, but it can still at least process the information of the room. Now its perception may be off, right? Because it knows nothing else. But it's still processing information as it grows. It's still creating those boxes, developing the RAM to store. It can know if I run into this wall, it's going to hurt.
Right. And it can pull, I think the important aspect of that too is it can pull from those boxes. If you like pull a memory out of a box, you often have the felt experience with that, right? You can kind of, and maybe it's not as intense as the first time, but you have to question whether an AI would have that, even if it has RAM, right? Does it have the felt experience with that? I don't know. But
this was a really good conversation. I was enjoying. I'm kind of glad Bricky left because I was like, God, it's like so insightful. Stop it! You're like derailing. Like a little roasting's funny, but like it just kept going. It just kept going.
Sorry, Sarah. He's in verbal combat mode, and even though that is supposed to still be debating.
Yeah, you're supposed to still be on the topic.
You're still supposed to debate, but I mean, Bricky doesn't do that. He does his own thing. So
can I ask what verbal combat is? What was he referencing there?
It's on Fridays, open panel blood sports debates. You should come, bro. You'll do good.
Blood sport debate? What is that?
That's over on Speakeasy, right?
That sounds intense. I don't know if I do well at that. What's the difference?
Do you know who Speakeasy is?
Mm-mm.
All right, let me get the link and I'll drop it to you. You want to go subscribe? But
Come over to
they're pretty fun. So you can basically you're debating and the questions are always changing, like maybe every 15 to 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
I'll just go ahead and drop it in the main chat.
And then you do like one versus one debates, and the audience can do prompts and stuff to mess with you. And at the end of the night, whoever wins that gets voted wins money. So,
Wow.
But you
I didn't realize
also so the blood sport concept definitely was not like tonight, right? Tonight was a pretty well-driven conversation.
Yeah, it was really good.
And usually the AI conversations are pretty good, or any type of nerdy tech stuff. But like Andrew Wilson last week, for the debate we had last week, what was it, the Christianity promoting female rights or whatever? That would be what I would consider blood sport, where you're yelling, you're just like, and it's getting crazy and yada, yada, yada. Like that is blood sport. And usually Mod Mondays are meant to gear into blood sport, but I don't push it if it doesn't go there. But if it does, like they know I'll just referee it accordingly.
Okay.
But blood sport is what we consider high tension debates, not always smart people, but sometimes they get the optic win because they're assholes.
Yeah,
right?
that's really interesting.
It comes down to what the viewers vote. So you could not make good arguments, but be the most entertaining. So they would say you won because you entertained them the most. So unfortunately, with blood sports as well, you can do ad hominem attacks. You can call somebody dumb, and you don't have to follow the proper rules of debating. So it's interesting, but it's a lot more informal, chaotic, and entertainment is definitely more important than anything.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be good at that.
I've even come like runner up a couple times, like the few times I went on there. I mean, it's fun, and honestly, just be yourself and go have fun for the night. And Speakeasy is pretty easy to get along with over there, and he lets anybody up. And it just, it's a good theme. He's got great videos for it and stuff, and I don't know. It's good like if I'm not going out on a Friday night, I'll grab a drink and go jump on Speakeasy because it's like I feel like doing something. Damn it!
You and Andy should pull in, come have some fun and come yell at people.
Yeah, I think I would get destroyed in that, honestly.
No, but see, they're only assholes to other people that are assholes, right? You definitely might not win if you're not fun enough.
Yeah, I don't have the YouTube personality for that.
But if you really, really, really want to just have interesting conversations,
yes,
like it really, because the prompts are really good. Okay. It's great to provoke like really intellectual, deep thinking, and you got like 7 other people on the panel to interact with. Good luck on getting your voice in. You really have to be good at interjecting and telling people to shut the fuck up for a minute. You really do. You have to be able to push them to the side, but you'll run into people like Ricky where they just derail the conversation. It's just like, shut the fuck up. Like we're really having a good one here. Shut up.
It becomes a roast battle, and it just turns into chaos. But on the other hand, some people with like leftist arguments like Churchill for Shiva that just does solid debating has won multiple times. So, I mean, debating is important, but entertainment is also important. But I mean, if you make solid enough debates, you don't need to be entertaining. If you can just smash somebody and take the W, you win, bro.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it sounds kind of fun. I'm definitely going to check it out.
Yeah, it's like the Friday night version of Mod Monday.
Okay.
But Mod Monday is a little more structured and formatted. And that's probably the only difference.
I saw a debate with between Chris, you and a guy named I think Anson Knowles, maybe.
Yeah.
Was that recent?
That was a while ago on evolution.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a pretty good debate, actually. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I caught a part of it. But yeah,
Man, I was a little bit shaky. That was my first online proper debate I ever did. So I don't
you did well.
like that one.
I think that's the one
Thank
I
you.
pulled from for the trailer, actually.
Yeah, that's why I found it. I wanted to see what your debate style was like, and I thought you did pretty well. So,
man, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Tonight was a good night. Tonight was a good night in
Yeah, it
terms
was
of
a ton of
like
fun.
the good thought process. It wasn't like crazy to where I was just like, Jesus, except for Bricky. Bricky just had to push it. But yeah, interesting conversation. And that just makes me happy. They can't always be crazy off the walls yelling, right? You got to have some smart people introduced every now and then.
Well, I look for people to talk about this sort of stuff with, and you hope other people are interested in the same thing because it seems, a good thing to exercise with elect once in a while.
I think it's a very important topic and a very pressing topic. I think people that don't feel that way are not very well informed in how fast the world's moving.
Yeah, it's very true.
Well, for the record, this was Andy's topic. He presented this one in the group thing. So so kudos to you.
I'm glad it was picked. It was fun.
Yeah, if you hand one of those to me every month, I'll do it.
I have a list of probably 20 I could just give you.
Yeah, and my rule is if you give me a topic, I'll automatically offer you a spot on the panel because it's obviously something you want to talk about, and that's kind of like my sense of saying appreciate the ability for you to provide a really great topic, but I'm not going to have you on panel though. Like that would be rude.
Well, sometimes it's fun to see what other people think about it if they stay on topic too. I do enjoy that. So if somebody else debated my topic that I gave you, that would be kind of fun too.
No, it's good. I think it's good to definitely include the original person because we have the hot seat, we have the open panel, so there's plenty of opportunities for you to engage. Yeah, it wasn't as I mean, there are times where that hot seat is I mean, they're still trying to get in and the prompt is popping up on my StreamYard saying like and I have 12 seats back there. That's a lot, right?
Yeah,
and there are people that will wait over an hour in that hot seat. Yeah, just to get on. So it's nice. If it's a good topic, though, I think at the end of the month, it's everybody did the Halloween weekend party. Everybody's got Halloween coming up with the kids. So everybody's kind of like busy this weekend. I know that already, but I didn't expect it to be a crazy night. But I think we catch the right pattern of nights on another topic like this. I think it'll go really well. But yeah. All right, gentlemen. Final thoughts. Chris, to you.
Awesome. Well, no, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody on panel. Andy, you've been a champ. I think you and me had the most back and forth of everybody. Everybody else was kind of just jumping in on what we were doing. But yeah, I appreciate the topic and thank you, Sara, for having me on. Everybody in chat, thank you for watching. Appreciate you all too.
Thank you. Andy, to you.
Yeah, it was just same stuff. It was really fun. Great debating back and forth with you, Chris. I'm still impressed that you took the side that you don't even believe in. That's hard. So impressed with that. And yeah, so super fun. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Kushot with the $4.99. He said just because, and that has been sitting up there for probably the last hour. So my apologies, Kushot. This is why it's hard for me to involve myself in conversations because sometimes I can get so into it that I forget we're anywhere else. And then also a side note to what you were saying, Avoided Hornet was having so many tech issues this evening that it got to a point where he's like, I'm just leaving, Sarah. I can't. So it happens sometimes. We don't hold it against him. Tech is tech, and you just got to deal with it, or come back and we'll figure out another night.
I'm usually the resident brokey / foreign dirty foreigner being African, so I'm usually in that position. So
You're
I was just
usually
happy
the one with
it
the
didn't
tech
happen tonight.
Right?
When Avoided Hornet chimed in, he had some good stuff to say. I wish he could have said some more. So
Yeah, and there was a lot of people who, like his crew, that were really, really excited that he was doing this tonight, and they were all pushing. They're like, "You have to have a Avoided Hornet for this," and I was like, "Yeah, of course," And then like he didn't even get to talk for half of it, and it happens. And he'll definitely be invited back for another round.
And when he spoke, I was like, oh, I find myself agreeing with that in some ways. So that was interesting.
Yeah, he's a smart dude. We love him. And thank you. Shout out to Justin for the $1. Appreciate that. Super sticker in the house. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do have one special treat for you. Next Monday, November 4th, the eve of Election Day, we are doing Trump versus Harris debate. Andrew Wilson is locked in for that, as is Flow State. I'm pending 2 of the others on the lefty side of things. And once I know, you will see that shit go up so fast, and I'm so excited. It's gonna be crazy, high tension everywhere. So I'm super excited for that.
What's the debate, Sarah?
The what?
The prompt of their debate?
Just Trump versus Kamala. That's it. I'm leaving it open. I'm not touching this one. I was like, it's election, like the night before election, we got to do election shit. And I didn't want to break down that prompt any further. I just wanted to hand it over and say, go. That's one of those where you got to keep it simple on the prompt, or else if you get too intrinsic, you push out a lot of other thoughts. So
that sounds like a blood sport night.
That's going to be a blood sport night. And that one I'm already taking off the next day because I know it's going to be late. I'm going to be tired.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we do Throwdown Thursday this coming Thursday evening. That's a more open topic, open panel, and no referee. Gloves are off for me, and you guys go at it and have your fun. And then, of course, our Saturday night sip and stream will return just the same, where I get shit-faced on a panel and you all can come have fun and taking advantage of the fact that I don't give a fuck. All right. Toodaloo, everybody. Outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.